Hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. My camera is really bright contrast. Also, I'm going to eat a bowl of cereal real fast. Alright, hold on. Music, you're too loud, go away. So hello, welcome to stream, welcome to Monday. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Oh, stop that, get over here. Hello Corey, hello Dennis, hello Miss Charlotte, hello Big Smith. And yeah, that's where we're at for right now. I don't think I've ever had grape nuts as a cereal, so I'm eating Cheerios with honey on them, but I'm gonna show you something really cute. It's shaped like a heart. Not all of them are shaped like hearts, but some of them are, and honestly, like, that's enough to convince me to eat these Cheerios. Off to a good start. Are you saying that because you think that I'm not? Whoa! I myself am not unlike a heart-shaped plain Cheerio. Hello, Rosie. I know that this is probably shocking, but Rosie will often jump up on the desk with reckless abandon, and it has happened more than once that there was a plate or a bowl of food up here that she wasn't expecting, and I have to be careful. Yes, I was gonna say, Dennis, how was San Fran and like going to the show and stuff? Also, I put a timer on for tea, so I'm gonna grab that in a minute. What was the thing that you went to with Aviva? Hi, Fargo. Rosie's just like, I'm ready to work. Friend fest. That's my tea beeper. One second. I do is great because to be a salesman. Does Aviva go by they them pronouns? I don't know if I knew that. If so, and I would like to be respectful of that. Right, Rosie? Woohoo! Please be careful. They do. Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't know if I knew that. So, as I said, I will make sure. Oh, Rosie is on the tower. What you doing? Rosie. Yeah. You can be on the tower. Don't think about going on the shelf. That's why I look weird. Sorry. Oh, it's all the way over there. Hold on. I am just adjusting some camera stuff because it looks weird. There we go, I think. Yeah, that's not fun. I assume you have to like go somewhere to take your like tests. Yeah, today I figure we're gonna kind of be doing more of the same, which I know is extremely fun. I have this cover that we've been working on, and it would be nice if I could finish the lines and maybe start on flats. And then I have those 4 backgrounds that I was working on that I have not worked on stream for a little bit, but I'm still working on, that I've done inks for all but one of them. So that might kind of be what I'm doing today. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I'll put this on my schedule, but I'm not gonna be streaming on Friday because I'm gonna be out of town. So. Also, Curry, I'm not sure if you saw my reply back to the like room drawing that you sent me, but it was looking really cool. I was like, whoa, with goats, yeah. Me and Jess, your love is a heartbreaker. You know, we're going to a place that has like, I guess you'd call it like a hobby farm, I guess, but it's okay. No, I was just saying I was impressed with it. I don't know if you specifically meant to do 3-point perspective, but considering how you were working with like the flat 1-point perspective before, I was like, damn, okay, Corey. But yeah. Basically, the way you tell, and like, I feel like I'll kind of do like, kind of less. Hello, Joker. Rosie's actually not on the desk right now with me, so it is kind of a miracle, but I'm sure she will return, and hopefully not knock anything over. Also, I appreciate that Rosie gets the honorable mention there. I assume because she was in my Instagram picture. Mods sees them. Get rid of presumptuous world_view. Thanks, Fire. I realized that banning, or at least like muting those accounts are like probably a good idea. It's not a huge deal, but I put a little bit of honey in this because I do like just the regular like natural Cheerios, but never fear, I am here. Fucking dork. Okay. Well, Rosie was in the Instagram post picture, so well, see, that's the problem. I'm a big old dum-dum. Hi. Where are you gonna go? Can you turn around? Thank you. There you go. There you go. Okay. Oh yeah. Piggy is always very adamant that I make sure to give her the very last little dregs. I like it. Honestly, and this is maybe like an extremely hot, right off the grill take, but I have actually tried to make like latte coffee, but using like cereal milk, because I was like, because then I'll add like a flavor. And admittedly, it was so, but I feel like the idea there is like it could have legs. Also, that's for some of the real good flavors. I'm just a very nice mommy and make sure that there's enough for Piggy to have a little bit and for Fern to have a little bit, because otherwise there will be drama. Ooh, good girl, thank y'all. Oh. Whatever. I don't know. Where's your food? There are cocktails. I see. Aww. Also, yes, Fern. I saw. Wait. I don't know which way is the right way. I saw your comment before, Corey, about me being Mother Genipede, and I can't explain it. It's just logic. Big straight. But yes, when you guys are in chat and you're Genipedes, you're all my babies. But like babies who have like grown up and gone to college or like are living in their first apartments, so like more of like a long distance baby. Yes, that was the idea. Also, Rose, you're changing the color balance. Yeah, that was yeah. Go get food. Mommy Pete. I feel like if that's not spelled out, people might get the wrong idea. Excuse you. Do you mind? Do you fucking mind? I feel like part of the problem is that like I'm so friggin' like pasty. I'm luminous, really. I know, it's because I'm also wearing like a dark shirt. That I find it affects the balance. Also, I don't know how I feel about this choker. I might abandon it. Well, maybe you should wear sunglasses. How about that? So I continued to kind of rework this a little bit. Yes, I am. I told you, I'm like a long distance mom. You're a long distance baby. The disrespect. Oh. I mean, good on you for wearing a mask. I think that that is a very good thing to be doing. Yes, I'm your other mother. If you guys are good, I might let you choose what color buttons you want for your eyes. It's okay, to be fair. I can't compete with my real mom being a mom. Okay. Alright. The eating portion of this is more or less done now. Yes, Piggy. How you doing? Pig. Oh, for your buttons. I'll see what I can do. Actually, I remember, well, she still has it. My mom is like a sewing person, like that sort of craft. And she always had this really big glass jar of like assorted buttons in her sewing room that we'd go and like kind of pick through and be like, this is a cool one, this is a cool one. And if I know she had some little like ducky buttons, but I feel like 1 second, Joker. I feel like she also had some like pig ones. So like you could actually have like a little pig shaped buttons for eyes. As for my name, that actually ended up being kind of a happy accident, considering that I did work on a Gem and the Holograms book for IDW. Yeah, for IDW years ago. But the slightly boring answer is that it's like a nickname that like my older sister uses for me and stuff like that. Because if you write out Jen very fast with the 2 N's, it looks like Gem. I just thought it was kind of cute. And then Gem 4 kind of sounds like Jennifer. So technically not a reference, but it did end up sort of applying to some things that were not of interest to me. So, because I do like Gem on the Holograms. Okay. I know. Well, I could say something else that I feel like you would like even less. And as far as the timeline for those books, because they were like 2016, 2017, which mathematically, you know what that means. I know. I mean, I feel like all of us olds are like, that was 5 years ago. Don't come for me with my math. I don't have to be good at math. Especially not space-time math. Rosie Posey, you sure are in the way. Yeah, as I said, I realize it's perhaps not quite as satisfying as and I could see the connection, so. Rosie is taking up so friggin' much of my tablet right now. For those, I do not get residuals on them, unfortunately. Same with like, and it's not even just an IP thing. Well, get a load of this guy. Ridiculous. Yes, you're very beautiful. You're very beautiful. That doesn't change that you're ridiculous. I know, she is the much more interesting party to watch. But yeah, I was gonna say, generally when you work on like single issues, like floppies or whatever, or I guess I should have reversed the quotation marks. If you work on single issues or floppies, it's like you're a contractor, so unless you can negotiate different terms, by default you are not entitled to residuals in that case. So like you know, I don't get residuals on like the Nancy Drew miniseries that I did, or either of the Misfit things. Yeah, I feel like the fact that I am getting residuals on the Harley book is a decent boon. Because like other than that, you usually don't get royalties for things that are like IPs of something, if that makes sense. Which can be annoying because that is a decent amount of like comic work to do, but yeah, no, that was something that we, my agent and I, were able to negotiate for. So I don't. Yeah. For what it's worth, something that I actually get, it's not like a crazy amount of money, but it's a decent little like check to get every year, is I'm part of the PLA, which I believe is an abbreviation for Public Lending Association, or like Public Library. Also, I'm sorry, my thing is very high up. I mean, are they wrong? So basically, the PLA or PLR, the Public Lending something, is like basically you get back pay for your books that are in libraries and that get checked out, which is interesting, because that means that it's like I do get residuals on stuff that is like single issues or like trade like versions of miniseries that I did, kind of thing. So like in that way I would get residuals from like Nancy Drew type thing. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen some of that Snap stuff. I have not, no. Me working on Harley was a very independent project, I would say. So yeah, no, I don't know if it's because obviously, well, not obviously I guess, but because I'm based out of Canada and stuff like that, it is probably like a larger thing to be like, oh, let's bring her out just for this. Same thing with like, I have yet to be invited to a con to like have a period at like they'll have like creators come and basically like table at like the publisher kiosk, if that makes sense. So like, you know, if you worked on like a DC book, they might ask you to come and like table at their kiosk for like several hours on a day of a con. Yeah, so I haven't done that, but perhaps someday. Also, thank you, Corey. See, you are so in my space. It did, it is true. Thought Bubble was a good one. I did not like the travel to get to Thought Bubble and back, but the show itself I enjoyed. It was a nice little show. Yeah. I appreciate that. Being a hype man, gender non-specific, is a very serious job. You just never know what you're gonna get with Big Smith. Oh my god. Ay. Hype man and mod isn't the same thing. That I would not know about, Dennis. Also, I know that I rotated my camera again, but I think it is now backwards, so... I don't know. I believe in you, Corey. I believe you have great potential for great jokes. What is that? Yeah, Justice was kind of a butt to me on stream when he popped by on Friday, especially after I was like, come on stream so that people can say happy birthday to you. Nice. Yay! You will definitely see me make progress and maybe even finish something, for sure. Yeah, I was actually, when you were saying this snap marvels, that was what I thought of Dennis, specifically Sweeney having stuff. I hope that she got at least paid to do the card and it wasn't just like pulled from like other work that she's done for them. So, thanks. Not my business, just I don't love the idea of that thing of them being like, well, we paid you for this, so now we're just going to use the art indefinitely for whatever we want. Okay, cool. Hey Wells, how you doing? You're mad about something from yesterday. And what is that? Better than, well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry that you weren't doing the best last week. I feel like a lot of people are sick right now. Y'all are down with the sickness. Ooh, I mean, in theory, I could like probably reach out to the person who was like my editor on Harley to just sort of be like, hey, but at the same time, I'm admittedly like a little, I don't know, just feel a little bit shy following up because I feel like they might be like, wow, you have some audacity. Just considering my turnaround time for the book, so. And I was watching a show Cobra Kai, so. Oh. Yeah, that's gross. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so like soulless. Like, why? It is true, but I don't know. I always feel like I am not achieving like the pace and stuff like that that I need to on almost like any of the jobs I do, so. But have you considered, Corey, that they could make money off of your dead face and voice? And like, would you want them to not make money off of your dead face and voice? Oh my god, you freaking inhaled that pizza. Yeah, no. I don't know. I very much didn't like it in Rogue One. Is that was the one where it had like the CGI Carrie Fisher and oh my god, actor who played, yeah. I feel like you could argue that the, I don't know, the Carrie Fisher one was just so like gross looking. Like it didn't look, it looked like a video game version, like avatar of her is kind of like the biggest like compliment I can give it, or the like most positive thing I can say about it. And for the record, that is not being said in a specifically positive way. I don't know, because I guess it would be like, well, if we like had somebody else fill in and play them, you know, blah blah blah. But I feel like that is more respectful than CGIing their face into it after the fact. You might be right about that, Corey. I don't know. It still kind of gives me like ick from it, but if there's someone else who is more knowledgeable about Star Wars CGI face stuff. But I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that's the thing where it's like, who are you getting consent from? Because I guess it might be like the like family / estate of the like of the dead actor. But it's also sort of that thing of like, is it a gray zone because they passed away before they could like have a chance to consent or not consent to it? Like the fact that it was not even really a thing to be considered back then, you know? Like I feel like the baseline should be like, yeah, if they have not given consent, then they haven't given consent, as opposed to like, well, they weren't alive when we started doing this, so by default consent is yes, because they couldn't say no. Like, yeah, I don't like that. I suppose I can't / won't tell James Earl Jones what to do or not do, but I don't like the precedent it sets. I think it's icky. Yeah. There's something about that as well, as far as like kind of going the opposite direction, where like how Robin Williams very specifically was like, when he agreed to be in like Aladdin years and years ago, he was very like specific on being like, I don't want you to use me as like a like a main sort of like draw for the movie. I don't want to be used for promotion. No. You know, and obviously Disney did not respect that agreement. Possibly. I know about Back to the Future too. But what particular thing in it? But sorry, just to finish that thought. So I feel like James Earl Jones being like, yes, I give you permission to put my voice in the machine and use it for without me being part of a thing, is like, feels like kind of the opposite of Robin Williams being like, I will be part of this, but like, I don't know. Right. Yeah. Yeah, well, and also, again, like for promo stuff, I believe they also used it outside of just the connotation, like the context of the movie itself, which again, he didn't want. And part of it was also that, I mean, Robin Williams was just, I think, a very, I don't know, speaking of somebody that I don't know in real life and never met, he seemed like a good one, you know what I mean? That he, part of him saying that was that he was like, I don't want to set a precedent for this where like every voice actor just becomes like a celebrity hire, and like you know, studios aren't bringing on voice actors whose job is to do this, because his skill set was very like suited to voice acting and not because he was a big name, you know what I mean? And then that has kind of been quite a large thing in the industry as time has gone on. And it sucks because, again, he was like, he didn't really want to take the role of Genie, even though he was really good in it. And, you know, he had all this stuff that he was like, if I do this, you guys have to like agree to these terms. And it wasn't just for him, it was for other like people in the voice acting industry as well, and they all got screwed over. So yeah, exactly. Back to the Future played the dad. Oh yeah, Crispin Glover. I don't know if I knew that, but that is kind of funny. I mean, if I feel like that is a bit different, because it's like they're saying it's the character. They weren't saying it was necessarily like, unless they credited the role as being Crispin Glover. To be fair, they also swapped out Marty's girlfriend between the first and second movie. So having like a different actor fill in for it, I think that's like okay. Yeah, well, I think it was actually her daughter who was like her like the body stand-in, I think. Or maybe I'm making that up, but it sounds like something I remember. Yeah, I can definitely see it being kind of like a weird zone of being like, how do we feel about this? And I'm gonna have to put patterns on the rugs. I feel like I'm drawing with my thing very far over, and yes, what be a fire? What? For the Canadians. Why? Yeah. In Ontario, that's right. This week is the 27th, and it's the day to vote in person for our provincial election. So you should figure out where your polling station is and how late you can get to it. For Ontario. Yes, for Ontario. I did know that, yeah. With the Darth Vader rule. You're getting a 6 a.m. Damn. I'll probably mosey over during the day, since that's an option for me. feel like we're gonna be Les Miserables again after this election, because I feel like Doug Ford is still like ahead in the polls, and you don't love to see it. Nice. There's a scene where you see Old Man Biff. I want to say yes. But I don't know if it was like a blink and you miss it kind of like thing, or if it was like very telegraphed. I admittedly have not watched the back. Yeah, I have not watched the back to the. How about you fucking put some rent control back in place? How about that? That'd be cool. Deleted? Okay. So Peggy is snoring very loudly beside me. Thank you for clarifying. Big Smith almost had a situation on our hands. Yeah, well, I think that's what you said of, you had James Earl Jones doing his voice, and then I think they had somebody in the suit, and then they had somebody else for the face, right? Would I date Biff? Fuck no. Sorry. Especially considering that he's like a very obvious Trump kind of like stand-in in the second movie. David Prowse, yeah. How many Darth Vaders were there anyways? I mean, he had a pretty big job. I can imagine that having extra Darth Vaders would come in handy sometimes. Clockwork Orange, okay. David Prowse is definitely a name that rings a bell, and now I'm being like, I feel like I probably know him from other stuff from around that time. Maybe it was Clockwork Orange, but honestly, I don't think I have a... He does have a very silly voice. Damn, poor David Prowse isn't even here to defend himself. Right, I was just gonna say, I don't think I've actually sat down and watched Clockwork Orange. Admittedly, I do enjoy Malcolm McDowell doing things. And let's be fair, sometimes he do be doing things. But I don't know. I guess it seemed like too mean-spirited, and not to be like, you know, that means that it can't be a good or like an iconic movie, but just for me, I'm like, this seems like it's gonna be a maybe not fun emotional process to watch. So yeah. As I said, I'm not making a comment on if somebody enjoys the movie or like really the movie even, but just the prospect of being like men being terrible and like violent is like, I don't know. I have watched Doctor Strangelove when I was back in high school, and I watched it for the first time. I liked it so much I put it on my Facebook list of favorite movies. So I admittedly do not remember a ton from it now, but I just know that when I watched it, it's like, oh. Also, why do I feel like that's such like an on-brand lore drop there? But yes, I have watched it. I also watched, because it's a Peter Sellers movie, right? I also watched The Party, which a little bit of a hard watch. I have Facebook. I'm old, yes. Yeah, because on one hand, The Party is such like a time capsule of like, I think it was 1960s it came out, but just for like aesthetic and like music and like architecture and stuff like that, because it's set in a very like time capsule house to when it was made, like conversation pit type thing. But also Peter Sellers, who is a white British man, does play like an Indian man in brown face. So yeah, I know Peter Sellers is funny, but I'm like, I feel like he could have sold the comedy without doing like brown face. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's probably my opinion in pretty much any case where somebody's doing some sort of face. Um, but just the fact that like when the movie came out, it would have been like, yeah, that's just comedy for you, I guess. Thank you. As I slightly struggle to draw this plant that we're not going to think too hard about the anatomy of. Or maybe structures, Puerto Ricans. West Side Story? Is it West Side Story? Yeah. So don't worry about it. A plant could look like this. This is the approximation of what a plant could look like. Plant. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. It's a movie with also a lot of brown face, although of a different flavor. Yeah, I was trying to remember who it was. I remember watching like an about kind of thing. So the actress who, I mean, because we would consider Peter Sellers pretending to be an East Indian man, that is brown face, but also white actors pretending to be Hispanic is also brown face. Like, and I think this is maybe the actress that you mean, but oh my god, sorry, I feel like I want to look up her name because I know her name. Yeah, say a different flavor of big racist. I don't want that one. I would like the old one. Thank you very much. Right. Rita Moreno, I think, was one of the very few actors in the original version of West Side Story who was actually a Hispanic woman. And she wanted to play like Maria and stuff like that. And honestly, like, I just think like Rita Moreno is such a gorgeous woman, and like she's very funny. She's very talented. She was a like, I don't want to be like she isn't anymore, but like she was a really great talented dancer like when she was younger, and that was like what she was doing. Yeah, no, I think that is true. So it's like the fact that it is like, because they're, of course they're like you know, Natalie Wood, who's a white girl that we're gonna put some kind of like tan makeup on and be like, yeah, she's blah blah blah, but also can't sing the part. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm Team Rita. I think that she's just a very cool lady. Oh my god, and what was the show I was thinking of? Because I saw her in, oh my god, what's that show? One Day at a Time was what I like first saw her in, and she's like the mom slash grandma, and I don't know, I just like her. Also, hold on, she's in Singing in the Rain. Hold on a second. Who were you in that? Yeah, that was the one, yeah. Um, Zelda Sanders. Okay, so I don't think she's one of the main girls, in other words. You can just tell that she is a lady who has had quite an exciting... Like, I feel like her and Eartha Kitt would have gone along very well if they did not, on record, get along very well. Because they're just, like, very similar energies. Also, I just fucking love Eartha Kitt. I think she is very cool and funny and great. Hollywood making lamp shading movies since forever. Yeah. Honestly, even just like Eartha Kitt as a person, I think she is such an interesting, like, cool lady. I realize that she passed away, but oh. I'm also thinking of, like, what else was she in? Because I feel like once I kind of went down the rabbit hole, I was like, oh my god, Rita Moreno's been, like, in so many things. Like, specifically kind of, like, mid-century musical productions and stuff like that. Or, like, musical movies. But very much in that way of, like, always the co-star, never the star type thing, because obviously, brown lady. Well, not white lady. Which I think is a goddamn fucking crime, but... So I feel like this plant is thicker than I was wanting to make it. Interesting. But do they have someone behind a curtain singing, or singing and talking the main parts for the lead actors? That's the important part. I don't know. I like that movie. I have not watched it in a while. But I feel like, as with a lot of movies from that era, there are going to be things that you're like, yeah, it do be like that. Yes. Oh yeah, doesn't she play like the kind of like young girl who is in like her first romance or whatever, but it's like forbidden? Yeah, that was not uncommon that they're like, well, you're not white, so how about you be this type of not white? It's like, that is not the same thing at all, but okay. No, I think she's beautiful. So I feel like this is more textured than I want it to be. No. Yeah, that one was a while ago, sadly. Well, she's just a tiny little thing. I feel like actresses, especially from that era of like movies and television and stuff like that, have just like so much fucking like drama and stories to tell from being in the industry. That you're kind of like, wow, that's really interesting because it's so scandalous, but also, dear God, like, Jesus Christ, that's illegal now. It should have been illegal back then too. Yeah. Well, that's one of those things that is kind of like conflicting because it's something that I admittedly find to be a very interesting time period, just like historically, but while also kind of being like, everyone is awful. Everybody fucking sucks. Everyone here was monsters to like their like workers who they had power over and I realize it's like, that's not like that is not the case nowadays, but just the specific unique ways back during that era of being like, wow. Oh my god, I have to imagine, yeah. But it might also be one of those things that because it was so much more like everywhere, like people were smoking, they probably were more desensitized to it as well, so. What? I mean, Grunkle. Grunkle Smith. I realize I'm not Corey, but I'm just throwing that in the ring. I don't know what you expect to fix it. Corey, have you played Silent Hill 2 at all? I feel like you would like the Laura character is all I'm gonna say. Yeah, also, well, that is also, I think, something that makes that era both of specifically like Hollywood, but also just kind of like Western patriotism and especially American patriotism is like this was at a point where they're really making a hard pivot to be like, because of the Cold War and the Red Scare and stuff like that, of being like, we are chasing after this American dream of being like, this is like what a good American does and like what a good American life looks like. And the reality is that like that thing that they described as being that never actually existed in the States. So it's like there was nothing like that to be going back to. And a lot of it was kind of just like, I don't want to say arbitrary because obviously there was intent and malicious purpose to a lot of the stuff that was being told was just like the default setting. What is the Canadian do? You a big strong bear or sorry. I would say more the first one. I don't really see you as like a beer swilling kind of person. You don't really drink at all anymore, right? Sea to shining sea, yeah. I mean, if anything, we should be, well, I would say boastful about our supply of fresh water, but I feel like we should not talk about it at all, honestly. Say hello to you. You don't drink, okay. See, I know. I do be knowing some things. I don't actually have my water here. I wonder where I put it. Okay, I'll have to find it, but this is like green tea, so. I'm pretty sure it does have the alternate endings. I feel like they could not include those, to be fair. Although, second one, I think, is there also an alien ending, or is it just the dog? And sorry, I can't say just the dog because that's a great alternate ending. Actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but my background is actually the hold on a second. Oh, can't do that. Hold on, I want to see if I can point it at my screen, or if it's gonna be like, what are you doing? I don't know if you can see that, but that's the screen. It's the, so it was all your work. It's my desktop background on all three of my monitors, so. I just love the dog ending, it's so good. And it's true, I do. I got it from the Wikipedia school of just reading every page on the Silent Hill wiki. And I am a dork. I come by proudly. I'm like not 100% sold on these plants, but I'm gonna move on. Right? Did I disturb you? I'm very sorry. Lurther? What the f- what? What's Lurther? Also, I just want you to know that if you change your username not to Grunglesmith, I'm going to be very sad. Okay? So, just a consideration. Luther? What did I do? Oh, my mistake. I think you should change it to Grungle. Well, I'm glad at least that's not changing then. Also, that just... Oh, I see. You should be like, call me Mr. Smith. Call me Agent Smith. Go for it. Where did you come up with the idea for that name? It's true. I live in the entirety of Ottawa. If you come to Ottawa, you come to my house. Okay, yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of just like fun / interesting themes in it that kind of stick with you and make you go like, okay. You played that game, didn't you, Big Smith? Wow. Really is a prison here, Miss Charlotte. Hold on. You did? Oh. Are you talking to me? You didn't? Oh, you didn't. Okay. It seems like a game that you would have enjoyed, but also been like, I realize that it has its flaws. Oh my god. Tragic. You're so early today, Corey. Why are you being like that? Sorry. I am trying to do this in a way that is probably just making more work for myself, but here we are now. Yeah. I know that some people were like very into it, so I'm not saying that I don't understand that. I also did not play it because I don't know, I just didn't. Not really my jam. Can you kill anyone with a pipe wrench in it? The only like Homestar stuff I actually watched was Teen Girl Squad, so. Fair. Oh yes, that wasn't Homestar, but yes, there was Salad Fingers. That was definitely one of my early like pre-YouTube poop kind of channels. I think it's nice that there's been a little bit of a resurgence with it, because I know that the creator came back and did some more episodes, I believe, in the last few years. Old Greg is Mighty Boosh. Ha! You know what? You're right, and you should say it, Wells. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember there being some discourse around that of just like cat blood. Oh no, was it Happy Tree Friends? I kind of specifically didn't like that series. I have not watched it since I have been older and more into like horror stuff, but I feel like I don't know. I have probably mentioned before that like animal violence is like I feel like I can handle a decent amount of like gore and violence in horror movies or type things, but like as soon as there's like abuse to an animal, and especially like a cat or something like that, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm outie. I'm not having fun. Sadly, Rosie, sometimes. She is not stinky right now. I had the fun thing of waking up this morning and somebody, and to be fair, I can't confirm who it was, but I have my suspicions, peed on my couch, so. I have like a little like wet vac thingy specifically for this sort of thing, but still like, I don't want to do this as like my first fucking thing of the day. As I said, I have my suspicions. But unfortunately, I don't know, maybe not unfortunately, just matter of factly, if you don't catch an animal actually like doing the thing that you want to scold them for. Like, it doesn't really work to scold them afterwards, because they'll just think that like what they are currently doing is getting them in trouble, or that you're just like, they won't make the connection of being like, you're in trouble because of this thing that you already did. You know what I mean? And I feel like Rosie especially is somebody who struggles with object and time permanence type things, so I feel like it would be extra not effective for her. It is something that I've been dealing with Rosie for like several weeks at this point, and I'm just kind of trying to deal with it as I go. Go get pizza. Yeah. She's more or less like attitude-wise like acting like herself, because she has had like a little bit in the last bit. Yeah. I don't know. It's because I did take her to the vet like before the end of the year back in December. And basically they were like, you know, as long as she is like eating and drinking and stuff like that, that's kind of like the main thing that they look for. And if she like stops eating and drinking, then that starts to be more concerning. But look at her. Does she look... She's like, I'm just a little bit of a bad rude girl. Oh, I know. Well, and honestly, I'm still just like, I had a few incidents that I was like, I had to be like, I don't know if Rosie or Fern did this. And the fact that I had to even like consider pointing a finger of blame at my angel puppy who like always goes on her pad. I was like, I'm so sorry, Fern. I was able to confirm that it was not her making a mess somewhere, so. No. I have one box, but it is quite large and I clean it every day, so. Unfortunately, it is not a thing of like, I don't clean their litter. Because like, I did the litter before bed last night. Well, not in my pajamas, but anyways. So it was like, over the night it was like as clean as it could be for the cats to start the day. And somebody still did a wee on the couch. It's true. It's just a little bit tricky because my apartment is so small. And I know that that is sort of like a, well, you know, that's a you problem if you have multiple cats. And I do not disagree with that. But honestly, they were doing really, really good with the one litter box until recently. Yeah. I don't know how easily this translates math-wise, but to like give you guys an idea, the apartment that I rent with me and the animals is like 410 square feet, I think. So it's like a studio plus den thing. So it's like, yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen in this house. So kind of the spot beside my bathtub is honestly not big for like big enough for a litter tray, my Charlotte. So it's that. I wish that was me right now. No, I have a meal kit to make later, and I'm gonna make it. Gosh darn it. So, yeah, as I said, honestly, I feel like I've been quite fortunate with like just the cats going where they're supposed to in the apartment. And that I basically had lived here for like 2 years, and this is only like the first time that stuff like this is happening. So, pizza time? Is it a meme? Is that what? I don't know. Yeah, when I lived in the house in Gatineau, that was we had more cats than I have currently, but we definitely did have more boxes at that point. It's from Spider-Man? Oh, I'm sorry. Like the cartoon, or like, oh good, I did put it on differently. Also, wow, Jen, look at all that effort you're putting into this lamp that people are definitely gonna look at. From Raimi. I mean, that is true, I was born when that was out. That was my, like, teenage, yeah, Sam Raimi is the director of those movies. Oh, I love emo Peter. For what it's worth, I feel like, I don't know, I wish that Raimi played it. No, he did all 3 of them. And now I'm gonna look dumb if that's not true, but I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure he did all of them. I think you can just tell, because they get kind of campier as they go, which is, in theory, why you want Sam Raimi to direct something that you are making. Yeah. I don't know. That was something where I was, like, admittedly kind of disappointed, because I don't know. I was interested in the one Doctor Strange movie that was coming out, because he was the director on it. And it seemed like he both didn't go, personally don't like his campiness. Well, that's an opinion you can have. I think it's Multiverse of Madness or whatever the fuck it was that he did for Marvel. And I feel like he both didn't lean into his goofiness enough, or I think he did not lean into his horror stuff as much as he could have. Because you can kind of see like some of that in the movie, but just like not quite enough for it to be, I don't know. Yeah. Darkman? I'm not sure. What is that? I'm gonna stop hiding leaves. That's fair. Also, oh, sorry, I'm just registering what that what scene that would have been a reference to there, Dennis. Because admittedly, that is a sequence from both of the Evil Dead movies that I kind of skip because I'm just like, I know what you're going for here, but I don't want to see that. No, I don't know if I had actually heard of that one. It's like a chemical that makes them super violent. Are you saying because you liked it, or just because it's like, this is another Raimi movie that's kind of in a similar vein to doing a superhero movie? is that to trust the impulse to hate people. It's quite campy. Okay. I feel like I might just be like forgetting, but I'm like, I'm trying to think of other stuff where like Liam Neeson has been like legitimately in like a comedic campy role. Because I guess he could be like in Love Actually, but I would say his character in Love Actually, even though the movie itself is fairly goofy and campy at times, his character is very sad. It makes me cry when I watch it. Also, the fact that they fucking like, because in the story he's like, Love Actually, it is. It used to be like a Christmas classic in my house, so I have a nostalgic spot for it, but I also am like, I'm not gonna defend it as a movie. You know what I mean? Or like if someone else doesn't like it, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, you know. Oh yeah, I think I saw some stuff about that. Okay. I feel like the original Bridget Jones movies and also books are such a time capsule for the like turn of the century, dear god. And just like all the weight stuff in it is like pretty hard to watch / like kind of just like be like, sure, suspending disbelief for the story. Like I guess that was part of it in the book, was the point that like Bridget wasn't actually like a big girl but felt like she was. But I don't know, I feel like in the movies and stuff they play it pretty straight. Yeah. Yes. What is the question? Yeah. It was a time. Well, and I realized that also talking about Love Actually, that is a movie that has some very weird narrative choices as far as like people's weight. That both wouldn't fly, I would say, in a movie today. Oh my god, fucking shallow. Yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend that. It is Jack Black being a cad, but also not really managing to save it by also being like kind of charming. But yeah, just the thing of like talking about like people's weights and like their bodies and stuff like that, and then also being like, you know, that the one woman who works for the prime minister and then the prime minister falls for her is like, I don't know, she's not like a skinny mini teeny tiny little girl, but she's very like normal weight, like definitely not something that would be like, oh my god, can you believe that they like hired such like a but that's how they act around her, that she's like this morbidly obese person that's just like, oh my god, how could anyone find her hot? It's like, have you see who you casted to play this, right? Like, you're not really selling it here. Yeah. We used to sing the national anthem like at the beginning of the day in school, but I feel like it's less intense than the States. Like, we don't have a Pledge of Allegiance in Canada. And also, in high school, I would often just get stuck in the halls at the beginning of the day. Because this is going to be shocking, I was inevitably late at the beginning of the day, so I would have to stand and wait for the anthem to be, and like morning announcements to be over before I could like proceed to class and then be late. Yeah. I don't know, like, no, not so much. I'm also like, hold on, it's funny, I feel like I don't even like remember the anthem all the way off by heart. Yeah. You could say, oh my god, you could like what was it? I think that there is some mention of God in our anthem, but that you could like swap it out for like something else. I don't remember. I haven't had to do the national anthem in a very long time, so. Yeah, no, you guys, as always, you guys are a little special. And a very, God, keep our land glorious. So what do we say instead of that then? Just because, yes, I was somebody who, if I could have a secular version of something, I would sing a secular version of it, god damn it. I mean, flag damn it. Also in Girl Guides, there was a few songs that you would like reference God and I would swap it out for something else, so. I've always been me. Let's just put it that way, for better or worse. Such a renegade. I feel like you enjoy that very fun. What if reincarnation is a thing? Then I guess I'll come back a worm or something. I imagine if that was the case, I wouldn't have much of an opinion on it, to be honest. Also, to be fair, reincarnation is not really a thing under like Christianity and Catholicism type stuff, so. Yeah. God damn. I don't, but I know that if you're somebody who's like, don't take the Lord's name in vain, then it is like offensive. So I might not be the best person to ask on that front. Yeah, no. I went to heathen public school all the way through. Also, I feel like that's an interesting POV to be like, stop swearing. Like, when presumably you are hurting somebody, even if it's in like a professional dental way. You would bite him, of course you would. Yeah, that is pretty common, I think, Fire. Of just having them like adjacent to each other. I remember back in high school, my high school, Heart Lake, was the heathen public school, and then our kind of like rival enemy Catholic school was Notre Dame, and there was a pizza place like beside Notre Dame, and there's just like always fights and like tussles breaking out over there that the pizza people had to deal with. I like that. Honestly, the kids at Heart Lake just wanted to scrap all the time, so. Not me though. I was just a little bit. Also, I'm drawing this spider plant in honor of my spider plant, Peter Planter. who is really holding on for dear life out in the other room. He was so big. He was big enough that he had babies more than once. Thank you. Peter Planter was beautiful. I feel bad actually that he, to be fair, I don't know what gender my spider plant is, but I just call it him, because then I can make his name a pun. That being Peter Planter. Oh. Except I tried to harvest his babies a couple times, and I don't know if I just did it wrong or something, but I'm not sure if any of them really like ended up like surviving long term. So my poor little grandbaby plants. You said you have an essay for your midterm? Like how long do you have to do that, / like how complex do you think it is? I don't know, how should you describe taking the little plants off of a bigger plant? That you can do. Because at first I was like, oh, is that the Civil War thing you were talking about? Because when I first did it, I think they were too little was the problem. So I was like, okay, I'll wait like longer to do it. I don't know. I feel like when I first moved into my apartment here, I had some pretty good luck with like my plant care stuff. And I feel like last year, less good about it. I definitely adopted a bunch of succulents from the Asian market here last summer, I think, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get these succulents, and if I spend a little bit more money on them, it's okay, because succulents are really hardy. Like 3 out of 4 of the succulents I got died. Mm-hmm. I was so sad because, like, yeah, I did like look up what I was supposed to do for them, but on the other hand, the little bear paw succulent that Justice got from the same market is really thriving. So, more like suck my dicklins. Sorry. Aw, nice. For not being in school. I've been in school. I've done my time. I'm not fucking going back. If I ever say that I'm like going back to like school, just be like, are you just be like, Jen, is this are you in a hostage situation? Is this like your like hostage message? And then I'll be like, yes, please save me. I'm hostage out of school. Legit, like I have the amount of like nightmares that I have that are specifically about me being like, I'm gonna go back to like for a second round of like illustration and like to get like, I don't think this is really a thing, but to get like a master's in it or some shit like that. And then it's like I'm really struggling in my classes and I'm like, oh my god, I have all these like electives that I haven't done like any of the projects for, and being like, I'm just gonna like high school I don't really have like nightmares, but college is the one that I'm like just me going back because I'm like, well, I thought it would be a good idea, and I'm just like, oh my god. And I wake up, those are the oh my god, thank god. Aw. I also don't know if it's like a water condition thing here, but I think like my building has like decently good water. Like I don't think it's like hard water. And yes, it's funny that it's called that. Oh my god, that's so far back. Wow, we're making progress. Feels good. No. Yeah. I don't know. There's certain things where honestly, like, I kind of wish that you could do like a la carte, like college or university courses, because I'm like, what was it? I feel like there was something that was being offered back when I like lived in the area, well, or like in the GTA, that like my school, that Seneca had been offering, that I was like, could I just take like this one specific like course and like just pay for like doing that one class because I'm interested in it specifically, but that's not really a thing that they do, so it's just too bad because I thought it would have been cool. Trying to think if it was like a comic thing back then. And that I just wanted to like go back and like more focus my skills with like the teacher now that I had like a more specific like use for them. But I also have more than one friend who's just like a perma student or who has like gone back to school multiple times, and I'm like, oh my god, never again. And then on the other side of things, I've also considered like doing like teaching stuff. I feel like saying doing teaching stuff makes it sound a lot more like commitment heavy. Yeah. But like, I don't know, like doing like even like kind of local classes in Ottawa for like younger artists, I think would be kind of fun. But then I'm also kind of like, oh my god, I can't imagine being like responsible in that way. Not because I'd like lose children or anything, but just yeah, no, not at college. As I said, more like community kind of stuff. But I feel like I looked into it like a few years ago, and I'm honestly not even really sure who I could be like, I'd like to do this. I have this experience. Or like even working with another person to do it, like a class like that. Because again, on one hand, I feel like I can kind of like get on the same wavelength with like, younger people when it comes to art, to like talk about it and like kind of encourage them type thing. But then also sometimes I'm like, oh my god, I am a little terrified at the prospect of being like left with a group of like you know, like late elementary school preteen kids and being like, you're the adults. I'd be like, oh dear god, they're gonna eat me alive. Community, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be that nervous for it. Again, it's just one of those things where it's like, because I haven't actually like done something like that, and especially like a like scheduled repeating thing, you know. Jose, yeah. I feel like I knew that. So I feel like I could kind of explain some drawing things to some kids and then try to sort of have them do it in their approach. Yeah, I feel like when I was kind of like looking stuff up, it was all like to be in an art class, and I was like, okay, but how do I talk to somebody about wanting to like, you know, be like an instructor for that sort of thing? Other than also scary because what if they're like, why do you think you could do this? And I'd be like, well, I draw a lot. I draw a lot of things. Oh, I bet you could. I don't want to have to goddamn explain myself to somebody. That is the nice thing about doing this sort of work, is like, you were quite a tall boy back then, Big Smith, it is true. Although you had a baby face, so I think you still look like your age, you were just tall. Alright, just the thing with like, if I want to like get a part-time job around here just to like have a bit of like routine outside of the house and a little bit of extra income. I'm like, I don't want to have to like write up a resume to explain to you why I can do XYZ thing. Like, and that would be sort of the same thing with like in doing art. I can kind of just be like, I guess I still have to explain myself, but I can do it by just being like gestures broadly to the work that I have done. Ooh. Yeah. I feel like as far as like coming in and speaking to people, especially at like a college level, I don't want to say like I absolutely wouldn't do it, but I feel like it's a little bit more in that position of being like, if somebody asked me of like, if I want to get into like comics or, you know, like blah blah blah, like what do you recommend? And I'm like, I can offer you kind of more like general art, like creator advice than I can like industry advice, just because the things that I did to kind of get a foothold and get to where I am now is not really like viable advice anymore. Yeah, it's usually calculus, stat. I like Corey, look away. And I think being able to pass for 30 is, yes, a compliment. Miss Charlotte is older than us. Yeah. Well, yeah, and like for me, I definitely feel like, I think for better, but I guess it could be a for better or for worse kind of thing. I'm at the point where I'm kind of like, I can have momentum as long as I keep having it. You know what I mean? So kind of as long as I keep making stuff and like people keep seeing that I'm making stuff, then I will hopefully continue to get jobs for a while. But I don't know. When your hair is long. Interesting. Yeah, have a good night, Wells. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit and hopefully seeing actual progress being made that you can kind of be like a little less stressed. Hey, Dylan. Yeah, I would say, Dennis, that I am at a point where a lot of my like commercial work is coming from people like approaching me. So that feels pretty nice. I feel like also because I am like, you know, it's not really a Twitter to be active on anymore. And I'm sure that there is stuff like this on Blue Sky, but there's less things I find that I am reaching out for to be like, hey, I saw you're doing this, I'd be interested in this kind of thing. Partially just because I already know that I'm like, I feel like I have enough on my plate that I need to like get through, and I am feeling stressed about not having done on time. So I appreciate that, thank you. Imagine I could embarrass the youth in person and have their parents pay me. Really living the dream. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't know. If nothing else, I feel like at least I don't feel an overwhelming need for young people to think I am cool because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like if they think that I like am respectful of them, then that's kind of like good. Yeah. I don't know. At the end of the day, I really truly believe that I'm like, there's like in that sort of like teaching thing, there's room for a lot of ego. That like a teacher might make somebody feel bad for like X, Y, Z thing, or like not doing this thing, which is why, as I said, I don't really see myself being like, I'm going to teach you how to do this and you have to do this. Like more so, I would just sort of want to like do like a program where kids could do like some guidance kind of thing or like some lesson stuff, but mostly just to encourage them to do creative stuff and like do creative problem solving and stuff like that. Oh my god, y'all, everyone should drink some water. Not me though, because my water bottle is maybe in the other room, but I am drinking my tea. Okay, well, I have tea. As I said, I have green tea here, so I'm counting it as water. I just feel like there's a lot of people in our lives as we go, and like when we want to try and learn to do something, or like I don't want to be anyone's critic. I feel like everyone gets enough of that anyways, and you know, is probably like everyone is already like hard on themselves. So if I can like convince somebody to have an interest or like enthusiasm for like creating stuff that they think is cool, I think like call them a muppet. Idiot sandwich. Yeah. So this is kind of hard to like visually read right now, but I'm trusting the process that it will make sense when I erase the extra stuff. Hopefully. What? I call you I call you a muppet? I'll say I know I'm not the only person who is being asked, but I feel like just the fact that I am drawing and making progress today, that feels pretty nice, considering how last week was. Yeah. I don't know, I've probably said this before, so if I'm repeating myself, as always, apologies. I think that there is value obviously to like trying to like teach somebody who is learning drawing like more kind of like basic and like structural techniques and stuff like that. Like I don't disagree with that, but I feel like if that is something that kind of like freaks somebody out or stresses them out when they just want to like create stuff, I think you're doing them a disservice making them think that that is the be all and end all of being a good creator. Possibly. It's good where I am. So that is a hard question to answer. I said I would usually say yes, but I guess it depends on like what the water treatment is like in your area. So, well, no, I'm just saying like just because the tap water is good where I live / in my building does not mean that like where you live it inherently is, but as long as it doesn't smell weird, I think you're probably okay. Big stretch. I think everyone should do a big stretch. Owie. Yeah, I live somewhere that was really. I lived one place that had a lot of limestone, and that didn't taste good. And then I lived somewhere that was very sulfury, and that was worse because it tasted like both blood and poo. And I was like, wow, I thought the limestone flavored water was bad. We basically had a lot of like water filters around the apartment and like a stand, like a water, like, oh my god, what do you call that? Oh, water tank? Alright, I am. Water cooler. Yeah, because it was bad. That is definitely something when we. Damn, the cross isn't even here to defend itself. That is definitely something that when you have like good quality water somewhere, like it's like a good softness level and like chemical level and stuff like that, you don't realize until you move somewhere that doesn't have it that you're like, oh my god, I'm like suffering here. It's like taking care of like your skin and hair. If you have like hard water in a place, is so fucking annoying. Soon Corey will be part of the local water table down there. So I always like using this like kind of watercolory brush, even though I know that it might make it a little bit more effort to like easily color block cider, although this is probably all going to be like the same color. So yeah, where the fuck is Lucio? Hi. Oh yeah, like the calcium buildup, I think is what. Because yeah, that was definitely something that was like a thing that we had to deal with at that apartment. I remember we got a Brita filter, like specifically there because we're like, it's cool, we'll just use like this for the drinking water, and I feel like it friggin' like it tapped out like barely a month into using it because it got so calcified that we're like, oh my god. It was a good soldier while it lasted. It did its best. Somebody wants to see your butt. Get it out of here. Rosie, can you not do that, please? My love, my dear, my sweetie baby bunky boo. Ain't that the way? Nico's also not here. Yeah, it feels weird not having Nico or Lucho. What the hell? You said that Nico wasn't salty. Was that a lie? You're just like, I assume. you have any cold medicine? Ay, ay, ay. Not good. Sorry, you're feeling like poo. Corey, that doesn't sound nice. Were you getting a call from Silent Hill? Maybe. Sorry, that just sounded like a little bit of a haunted ass phone call. Emphasis on the ass. Sorry. Also, isn't that just the first episode of Dan to Dan? God, the shadows on this are gonna look so fucking sick. As someone who has never been teased for having a small nose, that is very amusing. That's very weird, Dennis. I don't know if you could hear me. Yes, you don't want them coming after your banana. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Except for that one goddamn episode, and Fyra, I didn't actually watch the thing that you sent me on Instagram, so I don't know if there was more to it than just being the opening to the sad episode. I don't need to be reminded of that. Yeah, I like Dan to Dan. Yes, Corey. Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it then, Fyra. I already was sad for it, so. Yes, what is your art question? A neck crack. Ooh, perspective question. Would you like me... And what exactly is a vanishing point? Okay. This can be a slightly more explanation-y explanation, so hold on a second. They being the publisher. And yes, I know that I am coloring outside the lines. And because. I don't know. It just works for how I do my processes. Just because, like, I feel like once the block of color is there, it makes more sense to me to kind of work backwards and, like, kind of cut it out from the rest of the shapes. Because, like, if you saw there, it basically meant that rather than going in and trying to be, like, trying to, like, color in just the one layer of lines, this kind of makes it so when I go back, the negative spaces are just like empty space. So I find that like a little bit easier to navigate as you're doing it. But yes, I would also not disparage someone if they're like, aren't you doing more work? But I think I'm just doing work different, so. admittedly sometimes. Pulse. I liked Pulse, but I thought I would like it more than I did. Pulse is a Japanese movie about on one hand, it talks about just sort of the isolation that people experience within a digital urban landscape. But thank you, Eljack. I'm actually not just fucking spinning my wheels today, so that's very nice. Sorry, so like Pulse has like as a fairly central theme, it talks about like loneliness and like suicidal ideation and also like actual suicide, which I think it hits the emotional notes of that topic very well, but then I feel like it lost me kind of in the like second half of the movie where they're kind of being like, this is what's up with the paranormal stuff, and I'm like, okay, I don't really get it, but okay. So I don't know if I was just dumb, but I like the vibe of it. No, I'm finishing this little thing so that it is easier for me to parse out where everything is. It is green because these are plants. And to clarify, I was talking about a specific movie, so I think they also did an American version of Pulse, which would not be surprising, but people generally did not like it, so. I feel like I basically need to fill in the stuff on the tables now, and then I'm pretty... Okay, let me see if I can give a not too thorough, complicated explanation on the different point perspectives. Go away for now. So I'm just gonna do this like freehand rather than using like the perspective rulers, because even though they can make it easier, I feel like they can make it more complicated if you're also wondering how to use a tool. So I think the easiest way to think about 1 point versus 2 point perspective is that if you have 1 point, it's like how many walls are you looking at in just like your like direct vision. So with 1 point, very beautiful, you can kind of remember that it's like 1 point means that you are looking directly at this one wall, and it also means that you have one vanishing point. Vanishing point is what is like the origin point of all of the like lines on like in an image. So like, sorry, so if you were to actually go like this, oh my god, you're so thin. If you were to actually go like this and like cross all these guys over, okay, hold on. This might not be the best representation, hold on. So, okay, let's say that this is our vanishing point, and we will make these guys match. So, as I said, basically it means that everything is coming off of that point. For the angled planes. So that also usually means that your horizontal and your vertical lines are just like straight, like square lines. So like if this was, yes. So this one, I honestly find that 2-point is a bit more intuitive to me. And so like with that one, the idea is that you are, instead of looking at one wall flat, it's like you're looking at an angle. So it's like going into a corner. And you now have 2 vanishing points, or points of origin, that the lines are going to, like these ones going in this direction would be going to 1 point. And the issue I find with like trying to learn 2 or 3-point perspective is that often the points are going to be very far off of like what you're drawing. I suppose I could rotate this, but like they would be like all the way like out here, and then like going the other way. You would also have another vanishing point off to this way. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna rotate this because I feel like that'll make it a little easier to visualize. It's fine, don't worry about it. You're looking at something flat. Well, then I guess you're in 1-point perspective. Let's try that again. Yes, that's because you added in another angle that is not just a straight square angle. And so with 2-point perspective, your vertical angle is still straight, just like up and down. So if you get into a 3-point angle, that means that you now have a vanishing point for your vertical axes. Okay, so that like just barely fits on here. So everything on this wall that's like more angled that way will be going to this point, versus you're gonna have, let's make it a different color. Okay, I don't know if you can actually see that. Versus like all this stuff going this angle will be going to your 2nd point. If you can get on the line close enough. So then if you were to like come in here and be like, okay, I want to make a window, and it's on this wall, so let's say, okay, you probably can't see that, I'm so sorry. Basically keeping in mind that everything that is a plane going this way is going to that vanishing point. I'm sorry, I don't know if this is going to be confusing, but going this way, because basically quotation marks, so then you start getting into like these various angles. It doesn't, sometimes it's easier to kind of start with like a box, I guess. So me doing a window here is kind of that. Thank you. So this is a very deep window, just because of the measurements that I gave it, but if you can kind of understand that you have stuff going to that side and then other side going to the other side, but you have your straight up and down. So when you add in a 3rd one, now we're going to rotate this back. What you are doing there is that now you are adding in a 3rd point. So like Fyra is saying, you can use it for like kind of cityscapes and stuff like that. Is something that you might see, because that's something that has a lot of scale. But also kind of thinking of it as with these other two perspectives. Your horizon line is like your eye level. So when you have the like square, the straight up and down like vertical axes, it generally means you're looking at it from a pretty like normal height or like a human scale height. So when you go in and you add this, it means that I got it. Oh, sorry, I totally didn't see that you had come in. Hey, Connor. I am trying to explain a thing that might be getting explained or not. So then if you go and you are like adding in if the vanishing point is up here, then you're down here on the floor, basically, is a way to think about it. Versus if it's the other way, then you're going to be tall, looking down at stuff like bird's eye view. So if you can like imagine. Probably obvious that this is rather rough. Usually I do. As I said, mostly I was like, I don't want to also be like trying to show you how to use a tool for a program that might be confusing just from the point of view of being like, okay, well, how does this tool work? I don't know if I quite follow how you use the tool. I actually find them really helpful in Clip Studio, the way that you use the tool. And honestly, I feel like it helped me with just sort of getting more practice with this sort of stuff. That I can kind of like freehand it now. This might not be the best representation of that, but you know. But yes, kind of the thing of like, again, you're small, you're looking down, or you're looking up in this case. You know, maybe we have like a light up here. Maybe there's like other stuff going on. Yeah, so because your vertical axis has a bit of an angle of it, and it's like, it looks like you're looking at it from like a lower angle, is what makes it, no. Again, it just sort of depends. I find that like, small, hold on. I find that a lot of times, 2-point perspective does a lot of like heavy lifting, if that makes sense. Full disclosure, Big Smith. I know you got a haircut. Am I a program? If I am, I'm buggy. Also, admittedly, as much as I'm like, this is a pretty exaggerated 3-point perspective, to be fair. So it does not always have to be so intense. Like, it can be a lot more gradual. Also, I realize that Big Smith has gone away before I can slightly roast him. This isn't really a roast. This is just because Big Smith says he's... God. You're like, this is the best explanation of how to use the point perspective. Oh my god. Admit... Nah. I'm just like him remarking, this is an angle I've never seen before. I'm like, this is us, our POV of just being a little guy. This is an energy drink. There is definitely more mathematical ways to do not square objects, like non-furniture or like organic objects. I admittedly I tend to kind of wing it when it comes to like adding characters into like a up or down angle shot. And honestly, I do it probably more than I should. My cats, you can't, they're perfect. There's nothing to roast. Okay, but how accurate is this actually for like he is quite tall in this room, to be fair. Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on, I'm not done drawing Big Smith as a Big Smith for scale. Big Smith, come back. I mean, Big Smith is like quite a large fellow. He is of tall stature. I said I wanted to come back and be like, "Hey, what the fuck is that?" It's a fist, okay? It's like a gesture drawing of a fist. Oh, are they not fat? No, they're the perfect size. I told you, there's nothing to roast them on. They're perfect. Practically perfect in every way. Going back to the 2-point perspective. So, okay. Apparently we're using Big Smith for scale. Hold on a second. I'm gonna draw him in this room now to see if that maybe also helps. Have fun, Fyra. Don't cardio too hard. Cardio too hard, you. Bird. Wow. The disrespect. Those are my children. They're my biological children. I carried all of them for 9 months. It's a long time. And I can't believe you'd say that about them. Well, they said they were roasting them, so I don't take it as being a specific compliment, so. Yeah, there you go. Or if you want to think about it as like, this is like a mouse's perspective of Big Smith. Or a spider or something. Versus like, this would be like you're more so standing like across the room. So even though he might still be tall, you know, it has a human scale. Yes, from Corey's POV. Sorry, I find it just Big Smith for scale is very funny to me. I think Big Smith is allergic to cats. Also, he would have to make a bit of a trip to come and feed the cats, but I'm sure he would do it if I needed to and he could. Alright. Full-time job. I mean, yes, it's true. So, yeah, this this has been my explanation of perspective with a third up to the window. Yes, hopefully that is helpful. You'd be at like up to here, like you'd be like, you are slightly in gingerbread form apparently. I mean, is this not accurate? Is this not lore accurate? Hold on, I'm gonna put you in some little gingerbread clothes so nobody's like, oh my god. I suppose that would make more sense, but this is so fun. I said I want Big Smith to come back so I can show him. For now, let us go back. Yeah, so, I mean, again, this was, I like freehanded this, but I would say that this, I was just trying to draw a little guy really fast. Like this could be considered 3-point perspective, because it's like, because if you look at it, it's kind of going like, let me make these big things. So if you kind of consider that we're at a higher angle, so the vanishing point is going to be down there, and then it's like, if that makes sense. But also I did freehand this, so it's not rude. But I'm glad that you could guess. So yes, as you said, just if you think of it from the point of view of 1-point perspective, you're looking at like a wall flat. 2-point is you're like looking at a corner, so you can see like 2 walls. And then 3-point perspective, because you could have like a 1-point perspective but a low angle. Technically that would be 2-point perspective, but like 3-point usually means that you are at a higher or lower angle than just being at like a natural height. And of course that can vary, but you know, being really low to the ground or being like bird's eye view is I think a good indicator for that. A genius bread. Okay. Excuse me. That to be my water. Big stretch. So many big stretches. Honestly, probably not a bad idea. Everybody do a big stretch. Big stretch, stretch it out. Stretch your old fucking bones. That's the spirit, Connor. Yes, I did just delete them, but yeah, I think that's not a bad thing to angle it from. Like, if you imagine that the vertical axis vanishing point is kind of going down to like this area down here. No, it's not. It's a teapot. Look, it's a teapot. Don't say that. You're gonna freaking call the actual Twitch bots. I'm gonna get struck down again. Banned 3 days. As much as, like, at the time I was, like, quite annoyed at getting banned, in hindsight it was quite funny. I can see why you would say that. I was just focusing on getting, like, my circles that I was, like... Yeah, where's my little sensor skull? I'll bring him over. I should make a centipede. Oh, that's good. He'd have to be just really cute, though. The most ooh-woo, chibi little centipede you ever done seen. Then I also have to look up a picture of a centipede. You have the burpees. Ooh-woo. I know, some people pay good money for that on the teapot. I feel like I've probably seen a novelty teapot that, like, was in the shape of a boob. Harsh but fair. We'll miss you. Again, harsh but fair. Also, how is ooh woo the worst one? Oh my gosh, I do, yes? You mean Johnson? I will say that I feel like I was like under 10 when those movies came out, at least like the first two. And me and my siblings were definitely like too young to watch those movies, but for some reason we did, and there's a lot of Mike Myers humor that is in our lexicon, both from that and Wayne's World. It's oh, that looks like a flying pair of tits. Yeah, I will say that gag did not stop being funny to me, so. I did not make fun of you. Do you want to see how I use Big Smith for scale in my perspective drawings? Somewhat inadvertently, but... So this is our first Smith for scale. This is you in the 2-point perspective room. This is Corey. Description of how tall they were against the window was when you're dying. Thank you. And then this is a 3-point perspective Smith. To be fair, I drew this one first because you're like, that's an angle I never see. I have some knowledge about a Smith. Only the 16th biggest Smith though, the rest of them. It's true. I like it. I like that I can use like all of the shelves in my house and like reach on top of stuff pretty easily. It also makes me feel handy if someone's like, oh my god, somebody help me reach on top of this shelf, and I'm like, never fear, I am here. Tall might. I'm sorry. Fire River wasn't even here to appreciate it. You like being strong for no reason. That I cannot claim, but comes from being a big man. It's like a jungle gym, oh my god. Hopefully everything that you're climbing is firmly affixed to the wall. I don't know, I like being tall. I do feel kind of bad sometimes if I'm like out in public somewhere and like, because on one hand it's good for being tall if you're like in a crowd, because A, you're easier to spot, and B, it's easier to just like get like a good vantage point. But also I don't want to be like, I feel like I am self-conscious about being like, I don't want to like block someone else's view, because like that's not fair, you know. It's not their fault they're not as oh my god. I am like 5'8", 5'9", so I'm decently tall for a girl, but I'm like a pretty normal like human size, I would say. Yeah. Aw. Okay, there was this book that I had when I was a kid, and it was about this kitten called Pickle, and he was a little guy who just a little ginger cat who loved to go on adventures, and the book had like actual like photos in it, so it was like a real cat. But Pickles always wanted to go adventure in the grass, and they were always losing him, so eventually they tied a balloon on him so they always knew where he was. He's back again. No running in my lobby. You're probably too young for oh my god, Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. But no, I feel like generally it is something that over periods of my life I felt very like shy and awkward about, but at this point in my life I generally have positive feelings about it, or at least like not negative feelings. You're on that shit, Brindle, yes. Honestly, Mosby's just so fucking funny in that show. As far as perspective drawing goes, sometimes you just want to get to a point where, and I think that, at least in my case, this applies to more than one sort of technical aspect of drawing, is like you kind of, if you can get to a point where you can kind of fudge it and it looks more or less correct, you know, like obviously this is not necessarily mathematically correct to this angle, but I think it is correct enough that you're not like, what's up with that cup? It looks weird. You know what I mean? And I personally like being able to like freehand this kind of stuff when I can, because even though like also wait, what? That's how powerful your aura is, your AoE. I don't know, I like perspective stuff to feel a little bit more like handmade, handcrafted. I don't know, that sounds weird when it comes to drawing, but that general idea. It's not perfect, but it has like a tactileness to it, maybe. Is there... Oh my god. It's Vamp, it's Amanda with all of her little vamps. Hello, how you doing? Also, Amanda, were you streaming this whole fucking time? That was a long time that you were on. What were you doing? Hello, people from Amanda's channel. I'm Jen. I am a comic artist. Right now I'm working on a witchy cover that has taken me many days, but I'm doing my best. Marvel Rivals. Joker, were you double streaming? This is where we're at so far. Also, thank you, Elite Gamer LN, for the follow, and thank you, Grifter X, also for the follow. Also, Zesty, Corey, I see you there. Yeah, we have been working on this line art, trying really hard to get to a point of you want to be Jeff? Of course you do. I was hoping to finish the line art on this and start on at least the flats, so we'll see. I have an hour and a bit left on the... There it is! Oh, we feel a presence. Zesty Coriander has joined us. Of course. I don't know, it just seems on brand. Also, if you like that character, why is it something to be offended by? Jeff. You're not pretty. I was gonna say, well, first of all, it wouldn't be a furry if it was a shark. Trying to think. Would, like, a fish be a, I'll say yes, Amanda. Is it going to be pertaining to the emotes? Yes, okay. Our cartilage. Okay, well, I don't think you would be... It's not your cartilage, Sona. Wow. I'm not mean to anybody. Y'all are mean to me, so think about that. Or the scales. It's true, sharks are very smooth. Thank you, Amanda. Everyone who doesn't follow Amanda but likes geeky video game comic things and also talking about horror stuff sometime, you should go follow her as well. Also, she's a very beautiful young woman. Do I want to redraw this mug, or do I want to be like... cheating? Only 13 of them. But you will be hard-pressed to figure out which 13 she likes. Admittedly, I mean, I don't play, like, online multiplayer games. Partially because it's just, like, not my... Awesome. Well, I hope she has fun. Flash slays the princess. Is it draw fan art of Slay the Princess? Now you know that sharks have no bones, except for their teeth, which technically isn't bones. Slain? Hopefully not me. That would make it very difficult to finish my work. Salami. Well, that's definitely not going to be me. And I was just going to say, with like Marvel Rivals and stuff, and I don't know, just the thing that there's not like an offline mode or like a maybe I'm a vegetarian, so I don't know if there's like a friend only lobby version for Rivals, but not having that option also like kind of does not make me want to try a multiplayer game. Super bones. Can you do it so it's like if you have people you want to play with, it's only them that you're being paired with or matched with, or is like madness? Yeah. I was saying the other day, because I was like, I got an ad for, there's like a Junji Ito cosmetic pack, for Dead by Daylight. And admittedly, when I actually looked at them, I'm like, looks okay, but I've never played Dead by Daylight, and I feel like it would be fun, but again, I'm just like very nervous about doing like online multiplayer kind of stuff, because I wouldn't suck at it forever, but I feel like I would definitely suck at it at the start, and I can't handle strangers being mad at me in the game. I know, but I love all the killers and stuff in it. Can Dead by Daylight be like a closed lobby? Just cause like, honestly, I kind of want to do, I want to do fan art that would just be like for me, of Huntress and the nurse together, because I can't pick which one I think is cooler, and also their girlfriends. Source, trust me, bro. On that game? Ooh, yeah. Well, and again, I'm like, I just like don't play. I barely play multiplayer games with my friends, and 2, I definitely don't play them online with strangers. So, your sister a lot? Yeah. I just like all the killers. I think they're all cool. Just a bunch of weird guys. Oh, I also like, this is a newer guy. Oh my god, what is this called? He's like a big, like, long floppy guy, and he's like, ugh. Is it like the Unknown or something like that? It's something like that. He's just a big old floppy, creepy guy, and I'm like, wow, look at him. I like him. There's a solo. Interesting. Would you like me to pull up a picture for you guys, as I want to do? You don't. I've never played as anybody, so I'm not saying like... Yes, please, no shooting. Yeah. It's actually disgusting. Okay, do you want to close your eyes for a second then? Because I'm gonna find a picture of him. Fuck, what's he called? I mean, you don't have to close your eyes. I won't know. I'm just telling you, I'm gonna put him up on the screen, so... Okay. Like, in-game or otherwise, because now I'm slightly curious. Yeah. Oh yes, it is the Unknown Killer. So... Okay. Also, I find it extremely funny that there's just Nicolas Cage as one of the, like, Survivor characters. And, like, I don't want to be a dick because I like that idea, but I feel like I don't feel like it's hard to get a Nicolas Cage likeness, and I feel like they didn't do a great job with it. Okay, hold on. So this is the Unknown. So, he's a creepy guy, so if you don't want to see a creepy guy... Did Nicolas Cage actually, like, do the voice acting for it, or is it, like, someone doing an impression? He did. Oh my god. Okay, that's pretty funny. What did I do? Oh. This is an Unknown guy. And a little caption says, oh my god, we were talking about the whisper song. Here it is again. He says, hey, how you doing, little mama? Let me whisper in your ear. Yes, I have seen him in that. He was also supposed to be Superman in an actual movie in, like, early 90s, I want to say. But yeah, that's our guy. This is the Unknown Killer. And he's just like, how you doing? This is Nicolas Cage, and as I said, I do like the idea of him being in it. I'm just like, at least this, like, picture, I feel like doesn't really look like him. Like, I don't know what it is. I would be the artist. Yeah, she seems pretty cool. Just the fact that she has she's like ravens and stuff is like, I could see that. Do you mean Nicolas Cage or the Unknown? Because I would agree that yes, he looks like he wasn't supposed to go in the dryer. He was supposed to, like, air dry. I feel like he just like looks too skinny mini. Like I feel like Nicolas Cage is a little bit like bulkier. The Unknown, yeah. He has a grenade launcher in his chest. I guess you can't see it here. Sorry, I just find the fact that there's that vending machine. Hold on. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Grifter. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays from 4 to 8 o'clock, in theory. So if you ever want to watch me draw a line in Control Z it like 500 times and talk about Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight, you should come back around. Thanks for the raid. To be fair, statistically, there's a lot of stuff that is more deadly to humans than sharks. So, okay. Now I just want to show you guys the Huntress if you don't know who she is, because I'm just like kind of obsessed with her. Look at her. They made her for me. Obsessed. Well, if you come to the stream, I might do some art. No promises though. I mean, I'll draw. I just don't know if art will happen. But yeah, go make your dinner. Have a good night. Right, I want to find the nurse now, so that I can be like, this is why I can't choose between the Huntress and the nurse. You're just a little guy. It's true. You have little guy powers. I believe you could use it to your advantage. Okay, so there's her, and then there's the nurse. Like, we don't pit queens against each other in this house. We love and respect both of them. Like, having both of these in game is like making me choose between BioShock and Silent Hill, and I both like that, but also I don't like that, because don't make me choose between this. Is Jeff the Shark kind of like a Kirby? Him eating? It's too good. Hey Chris, how you doing? Exactly, that's what I was saying, Joker. You can't make me you can't make me specifically choose between them. Like, I'm sorry. As I said, I kind of want to do just like a dumb little doodle of them like holding hands or something. Like the nurse with a bag head. I love it so much. And she has like an old-timey like end of the 1800s nurse outfit, which I also love. Admittedly, as much as like some of the like licensed IP tie-in is right, because they have like an actual like Silent Hill tie-in, like there's a Pyramid Head killer, they have like Heather and stuff, but I don't know, I just don't really, I like the original designs better than the like tie-in characters, if that makes sense. I just think they're neat. Do you mean for Marvel Rivals, Connor, or? Wait, you can turn it off. I feel like if someone was mean to me in like an online multiplayer game, I would just cry. Maybe one day I could ask Amanda if I could play with her or something like that. Because I know she won't be. I know she at least won't be mean to me, I think. Yeah. I am just like, I'm nervous about running a game and like Streamlabs at the same time, because I feel like I hope that it would like not crash, but I am not like incredibly confident that it doesn't, or that it wouldn't, you know what I mean? So sorry, wow, brain. Because I've also been like kind of like, maybe I will just like play Sims on like live, or like while streaming, or like something like that. But I don't feel like I can test it without actually being like live on stream, you know what I mean? Because you were chopping down a tree? Hold on. I'm playing Fortnite, I'm like, I mean, in Marvel Rivals that would make sense if they did not appreciate you going and chopping down a tree. So let's see how many of these star signs I can remember off the top of my head. God, Capricorn's a weird one. Leo is... yeah, I don't know, there's definitely a game... That's not Leo. Oh my god, I'm already fucking up. Well, I am based out of Ottawa, and she is Toronto area, so a little bit of a distance, especially if the hope was to like play in person. You're like, I wouldn't know what to do if they weren't like, fight. Like a bus ride away? Yeah, like a 5+ hour bus ride. You know, they're gonna be bringing a high-speed rail. That's what Trudeau said. It's Lucho. Everyone say hi, Lucho. Alright, I wanted to look up. Something I was thinking might be fun to add. I was like, I should like wow, brain. I was thinking I should add like a cheer that's just like welcome type thing, since I know everybody likes to yell welcome anyways. Okay, so Leo looks like these. Is it because you drank the tap water? That's what did you in. And then Cancer is like... I have played a decent amount of Stardew Valley. I might have said this before, but I'm like, I kind of wish that like, and I'm sure that there's like mods for this, but I would honestly rather play it and be like matchmaker for everybody else, because I don't want to get like married to anybody in it. But I'm like, I could see that you guys, I can see that like you guys would be good for each other, so maybe you should be together. What does that mean? Because I have headcanons for shipping the Stardew Valley characters. Oh yes, Haunted Chocolatier. That has been in the works for fucking years at this point. However, I very much support Concerned Ape, you know, doing all this completely by himself again. Is like, you know, take your time, honey. You release that game when you're good and ready. I know that he... what? In this situation, I don't know. Now I'm worried. Wow. I can say that I've never jerked it to a Stardew Valley character, so... Also, that's... Got it, okay. Well, I feel I'm not that, but No, I know you didn't. You were explaining. I was not saying that you did anything. I mean, I'm like a socialist, satanic commie. I'm a heathen who's never been baptized and gonna go to unbaptized baby hell, if you want that. I'm sorry if that makes a difference in how you guys view me. That's valid. Just go gremlin mode. It's me for real. Yes, did he end up taking some painkillers? Good. Hopefully that helps a bit. Thank you. I know. Should I be Princess Gem 666? I feel like I'm not cool enough for that. I'm sorry for laughing. I feel like that's a good, like, level 1 impression of Corey. I will give you that. Also, I know that being sick does not inherently mean this. How difficult is it for you to get, like, a COVID test, Corey? I'm eyeballing you. I said it's like a level 1 version of you. Okay. Pareidolia. What does that mean? Oh, it looks like a funny face. Oh, cause eyes and. I don't know. As I said, just because you're feeling like seasonal sick, obviously doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it is, but depending on how long you're not feeling great for. You might want to see about it. What? These are planetary symbols? Thyra, get with it. Also, I know I'm gonna be scandalous for a second. Oh, PK Thunder. I have the planetary symbols going all the way up. You can see the Earth and the Mars and Jupiter. They are backwards though. Thank you, Miss Red. I feel like you seem a little bit low energy, but you still got some spark to you. Right, now I must add more things so it looks less like a face. If you're having a witchy snack, what do you think? Too small. Oh, I can put it up on the bigger screen, I guess. As I said, they're the planetary symbols going in like a stacked column down my side, and it was definitely one of my most hurty tattoos because there's no spot along here that doesn't hurt to get stabbed at the needle umpteen times. Oh, rude. Well, I have planetary protection, so it didn't do anything. What kind of like snacks? Well, this is all the planets aligned to get tattooed on my bod, so. We little tarts, okay. So I was gonna put chords and being like, how much detail do I actually want to put into these tarot cards? Yeah, well, I mean, the best place, I feel like the best place from the point of view of like pain for getting a tattoo is like muscly bits, because like I would say that like getting like up here tattooed was really easy. My thigh was pretty easy. This is a little bit more tendy, but honestly this, apart for like wrist bone and like elbow pit, was okay. But yeah, no, this one hurt. There was no spot on it because it's either squishy bits or bony bits, so. And you're squishy? It's true. Squishy hurts. I hope that someday you can have one, Corey. And I'm not just saying that because I am a bad influence. I feel like I should actually put this in a spread pattern, but I'm not sure if I have room. My thigh tattoo? I think I got it done in one session, so like a few hours, but manageable. I have a few tattoos that I feel like took more than one session, but most of them, because all of my tattoos are like just like line art with yes, tattoo like a fucking like Buffalo Bill woman skin tattoo. Yeah, I've been at that point for a little while now because I have like 11 tattoos, with one of them being like a full sleeve, and I feel like kind of like from the age 25 to 30 I was getting them, and then I kind of like haven't gotten any in X so many years, so it's kind of at the point that it feels like a big deal again, to get my next one, even though I don't really feel that way about them. I've definitely thought about like getting like a collarbone kind of thing or like something like, but I feel like this is a very big commitment, and I feel like my approach to tattoos is that treating the negative space also as part of the design is important, so that you can still like have some like readability in them. That is obviously subjective. That's not like a hard fast rule. It's just me. The other thing that I have thought about is getting like a kind of like a rib thing, or kind of like I was gonna say a trachea. That's not what it is. I want like a cicada with like a dagger through it or something like that. That's cool. It's true. I am Judge Jerry Executioner. For your tattoos idea, you really want a spine tattoo? My sister has one of those. Also, for what it's worth, that can be a tendy spot. I have a back tattoo, like, kind of like, not quite across my whole upper back, but like, it's in the middle, and it goes onto both of my wings. It's like a circular one. That is hard for me to show. That was actually my first tattoo, and I feel like I did okay with it, but again, that's a very bony area. That is a bone zone. So yeah, it depends. I feel like depending on like what artist you got to do it, if you were like, I want it in this area, but I'm like, I want to sort of like minimize how much of the actual needlework is happening on my spine proper, I feel like they could work around that and kind of do more like, make it so that it's kind of like wrapping around the spine as opposed to like directly on it. But yeah. An upper boob tattoo. Well, as I said, I've thought about getting like a clavicle kind of thing. It's just like, I feel like, obviously every tattoo is a commitment, but I feel like that's one where, I don't know, I won't say that I would never get one, but I feel like I'm less motivated now. Like I would, honestly, I kind of like under rib ones better, and I feel like that's maybe a very millennial thing. I don't know. Just bring it to I know, I'm just like, just make this, please. Yes, get a boob tattoo of boobs. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, for better or worse, the nice thing about tattoos is that, you know, there's not necessarily one right or wrong way to approach what you want. Because, like, for some people, they might be like, you know, I don't know if you've seen these, but they're kind of called like sticker tattoos, where they're like smaller little things, and it can make a full sleeve, but they're not like directly designed to be a big thing together. Versus like for me, I do have some kind of like rules for getting tattoos, like basically with the intention of being like, I want to sort of like maximize the chance of me liking this past the time that I get it. So I kind of try to, I have like some kind of theme rules, I guess, that I have for myself. My friend Alyssa Corey has a lot of like cool animal and like I mean, animals get tattoos, like livestock and stuff. Yeah, my friend Alyssa has a handful of actually pretty cool little like animal nature ones, but also like travel ones. So basically my rules, quotation mark, is that I don't want to have a color tattoo. Basically kind of, I have 2 tattoos that are technically fan art, and I feel like they are like vague enough that unless you really know what they're from, they just kind of look like designs. But I don't really want to get any more fan art tattoos going forward. And then I don't do faces. I don't want like, okay, I realize my cat tattoo has faces. I mean human faces. I don't want like any human characters on me. For, I don't know, just because. Preferably trying to keep it with like naturey things. So like if I can keep it witchy, naturey, black and white kind of thing, I feel like that is kind of my thing for being like, will it go with this theme that even if perhaps down the road I don't love the individual tattoo anymore, I'll still like it as part of the whole, if that makes sense. Ink Master, yeah, I remember that show. We're all about the dad jokes around here, except for one person, and they are a hater, so. A hater that we love very much. Honestly, hand tattoo would be one I would do. I would like finger tattoos, but the style that I really want to get, I realize might have has like cultural connotations to it that I'm like, okay, I don't want to get into that quagmire and like, you know, especially with a tattoo of getting something that then someone might be like, that's not. Just basically like little like liney rings on like the like last knuckle of my fingers. I think looks really cool. But again, it has like indigenous meaning to it for various tribes. Yeah. Also the sort of like basic bitch millennial thing of like getting like a little moon symbol or something on here, but I don't know. I really like how the like last digit rings look. They're just like kind of annoying to actually wear, so I think it would be cool to have them tattooed, but that's me. Basic witch. Goth mom jokes. I might look like a hot goth mom, but I'm really an annoying goth dad. That's what I always try to tell people. I might look like a lady, but I am much more of a gremlin. There you go. Me and Fern are very as an ant, I assume. That is fair. I am an ant. I'm like biologically two people's ants, if you can believe that. But you also don't have an aunt? Oh. Well, then I will be your antipede. It's centipede, but with ant instead. What is it? Alright. As I said, I'm actually doing like a real tarot spread here. So I'm just trying to remember where everything goes. I know. It's hard when I'm like hot and talented and funny. It's just like, it's too much. Yeah, I'm like one of the like kings of like hell. Like one of them is a prince, but he's just like a really leggy owl. I'm like one of those. That's the devil in disguise I am. I'm a Gosha. I love those guys. They're so fun. Have you guys seen the Owl Prince of Hell? Is it Stolas? Yeah. Because if you haven't, I might need to show it to you. Stop. This table isn't big enough for this spread. You're too young to know about hell? Oh, you're gonna find out. That sounded like a threat, I'm sorry. That's okay. Splits. I mean, for what it's worth, I already told you. I am a socialist, satanic leftist, so. Corey has been threatened in their baby status. What's that mean? What's what mean? Sin of empathy is true. I am definitely guilty of that. Honestly, that's sick. I love that. Obviously, I don't like the reason it was coined or the people who coined it, but I like the phrase itself. Your baby, only me. I said I am a socialist, satanic leftist. Although, to be fair, socialist and leftist kind of go hand in hand. Satanist basically means that I don't believe that religion should dictate legal proceedings or lawmaking, but if they do, then here's a religion for the things that are being currently affected by other religious things like that. So, yeah. Satanism is a very science-focused, like, feminist thing, or like philosophy to follow. However, I will say that the original Satanist movement was by a fucking weirdo, and this is technically not the same thing. So, yeah. I know in the States, St. Crowley, yeah, that sounds right. He was back in the 60s, and he was definitely the sort of what makes it feminist. Well, like, for example, I know that the chapter that's in Ottawa, they've done a lot of stuff as far as, like, supplying feminine, like, sanitary products to, like, people who perhaps can't afford to go out and buy them themselves, or, like, at shelters and stuff like that. Just these sort of, like, yeah. I mean, also there's a lot of women in Temple of Satanism. Yeah. Well, and again, to be fair, I'm coming from a place where I was raised very secularly. So, like, I was not brought up in I was not brought up in a religious household at all. I did not go to any sort of religious school. And for the most part, I have been allowed to sort of explore my own, like, spiritual side. So, they prioritize, more than what? Because if you're saying, like, the overall Christian church, I would say yes. But, sorry. I read the thing about the devil and being friends. That's what I was saying of, like, I've realized that my experience is different. You have a question. Okay. I might answer it. But yes, go for it. Does it go the other way? Oh my god. Ryan Seacrest is in the chat with us right now. Wicca. That's all of them. You do a little bet. I bet it's great. What exactly is Wicca? So Wicca is kind of a smorgasbord of older, like, traditions. That, yes, like pagan, there's a lot of, like, kind of pre-Christian Celtic inspiration. There is inspiration from kind of like Roman and Egyptian, like, old world faiths kind of stuff and deity worship. So I feel like it is something that I think it is a good avenue if you're somebody who would like to have this sort of, like, lifestyle that involves, like, ritual and spell work and, like, observing certain, like, more natural holidays, like the solstices and equinoxes, and just having that sort of connectivity with the natural world around you. it can be a good channel for that if you also want it to be sort of like a social thing. Because there is such a thing as like head witches, which basically means you're like a solitary practitioner. But usually, like covens are a thing, which is where you would go if you wanted to practice in more of a group. Um, for the most part, this was something because when I was younger, I lived in an area that definitely did not have pretty like anything in the way of like covens that a young person could be interested in. But also, to be fair, something that I didn't appreciate at the time, but as a grown up, I appreciate much more now, is like one of the sort of core things that like books and stuff would say is that like you know, covens don't accept people who aren't like at least 18 years old. And like, so again, as a young person who is not 18 who really wanted to like kind of have that experience, I was like, I didn't like that. But as a grown up, I think it is a good thing because there are going to be people who want to take advantage of people who have this sort of like faith in the occult, or like yeah, you want to make sure that you're on the same page with the people that you might be getting into a group with and all that, and that they are not somebody who is possibly taking advantage of young or just like people who need help and support, if that makes sense. So that's right. Yeah. I feel like Wicca has a lot to do with like spellcraft and like rituals and like focus things. Rosie. I mean, she is experiencing all planes of dimension at the same time, all the time. So I mean, getting people who aren't in school to read full books, that's some kind of magic within a specific amount of time. I'm Josh. Or am I? Yeah. I don't know. Well, and I obviously I don't want to focus on the angle of like that there are some groups that will not have the best interest in mind of like their members or like new members, because obviously like I do not, that is not like a core problem with like Wicca or anything like that. Like that is true of anything where people are going in and trying to find a spiritual meaning or comfort. And I guess just that was something that was kind of impressed upon me from the reading and stuff that I did when I was younger, of like to like keep yourself safe, you know? I think that is also a good angle to have, Connor. D&D is a book club. It's a book club with like fucking homework. It is true. Yes, you have mentioned that you went to like a Catholic school. And perhaps not surprisingly, I don't love that. I do not like the aspect of any group or religious or otherwise that tells you that you cannot have questions or doubts in a system of authority. If that makes sense. Just because if your organizational structure can't stand up to scrutiny from, like, you know, people learning about it and stuff like that, I would say that's perhaps a flawed system. But again, I'm a heathen. I'm going to non-baptized baby hall, so. No, you can't. You will be punished for pressing X to doubt. I don't know. In some cases, even just like having an inquisitive mind is something that's like punished. And that is, you know, again, not my jam. Not something I really endorse. Have you ever tried just not having doubts? I would also like to reiterate that I do not have a specific issue with people who are religious or like find comfort in community and faith, because I think that that is very understandable and there's nothing wrong with that. My issue comes from when you are using like religion as a means to make other people do things that they don't want to do. And, you know, religion is for you, and if it brings you like comfort, I think that's good. If you are using it to tell other people to do things, then that's not okay. So it's also illegal in Ireland. Oh, that, like, telling you that you couldn't question it, or? How did you get that through, Lucho? You shouldn't have been able to say that. I shall have to look into that. You're a hacker? Okay. Shouldn't have timed out. Alright, Miss Charlotte suggested tarts. She would. Yeah, I get that, Corey. And that is something where, admittedly, in the past, because like I have like moved towns more than once since I've been a grown-up, and admittedly, like the thing of being able to just like make new contacts and kind of like find yourself a new support system when you move just by like going to like the church that you go to, like that is something that I feel like I wish that that was easier for me. But obviously at the same time, I'm not gonna go to a place of worship where I don't feel like I don't believe that thing, because that also doesn't make sense. So finding stuff like that in a secular way is definitely hard, but yeah, it's true. I have not tried shaking a Snorlax butt at new people. Perhaps that's my mistake. of Snorlax. You put the bird thing in chat? Maybe. What do you mean by bird thing? And I agree, look at this table. Beautiful. What kind of art would I like to draw? Also, for what it's worth, to answer your language question, Corey, in a biblical way, the answer is the Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel? Yes! What's up, Big Smith? Okay. It is getting on for 8 o'clock, but we'll see. I might go a little longer. Alright. I must look into this. I mean, that is how that story goes. That they were building the Tower of Babel to get up to heaven, and God was like, I don't fucking think so. And then he made it so that all the workers spoke a different language so they could no longer collaborate on this blasphemous structure. No horns will fit in the frame. I guess I was thinking, I'm like, they could be like sideways off, although then that's having like deer horns would definitely not work for that. Could have them like could have just a camera. I could. That is true. Like we were just talking about Big Smith like 3D printing me some like little antlers for my headphones. So because yes, if I had like the specific things to wear, I would try to make them fit. You got me? Okay. Bye, Big Smith. Sometime later, but yes. Yeah. A lot of the reading associated with like Catholicism and everything like that hinges rather largely on just being like, and then this happened, because don't worry about it. You have to suspend some logical disbelief sometimes. Source, trust me, bro. I mean, the other thing that I feel is worth noting as far as the authenticity of like modern Bibles, because I believe that the modern Bible is King James's Bible, and it's called that because King James, you know, multiple centuries ago, edited the Bible to be like, yes, this feels like a vibe. This is gonna be the Bible now. So, you know, not to say that they completely throw everything out and like start with a blank slate, but you know, we do not have it's not like it is an untouched piece of literature that has been like pure since its inception. You know what I mean? Also, King James wanted to change it, not entirely because of this, but not because of this, because witch hunts and stuff were getting very like hot. They were very popular, and we wanted some more things talking about how those people are bad, and that actually the Bible says that we should hunt them down and kill them. So Going for a Wendigo look? Always. Honestly, like, medieval witch hunt history is awful, like any sort of like persecution in the Middle Ages, but it's kind of interesting because like it was actually a fairly contained thing initially. Like the, oh my god, dude's like book about witches and where to find them was like, even though like the church, like the Pope was like, I didn't tell y'all to do that, and the guy who made the book was just like so fanatical about this idea of hunting down witches and like executing them and stuff like that, that like literally like the Vatican had to send people to be like to try and like dissuade people from doing it. But it was like already in a lot of like rural areas around Europe, and especially in the UK. So you know, it was actually not that many people, and even in a religious like church way, that were like the ones doing the witch hunting, but there was enough men who were like, yes, let's do that. Also, I know the name of the guy who wrote the witch hunting book. Witch hunting. I'm sorry. This is one of those I have approximate knowledge of many things. It's like Witch Hunter General, but obviously that is not his name. The first Witch Hunter. Yeah, the book was a discovery of witches, and Hopkins wasn't the writer of it. No, not of the TV series. Where's Nico when you need it? Okay. The book was the Malleus Maleficarum, and it was written by German Catholic Heinrich Kramer in 1486. Yeah, I guess Witch Hunter Kramer? That makes sense, Dylan. I get that. The name is familiar somehow. Hold on. The LeBron James meme. Hold on. I don't know if I know right off the top of my head. Me? Okay. Is is it the one where he's going like Okay. So it's not him pointing dramatically, it's a little African American kid. Oh. am not too sure, but if you can find it, maybe send it as a whisper. Oh yes, also I wanted to try and make an effort to do to like end stream by doing a raid, because I know that it is good practice to do that on here. I'm probably gonna keep going for a bit still, but yes. Sure, there's a lot of friggin' weirdos here. Yeah. Okay, have a good night, Lucha. Thank you for popping in. Everyone was like, where's Lucha? Same thing with Nico, because he's not here tonight. Have a good night, Lucha. I'll see you on Wednesday, maybe. Lucha is also slightly in the future. Although I guess Connor's even more in the future than you, so. Oh, sorry, that sucks. Not contradictory, sorry. Have you not been here for this whole conversation, Lucha? Oh. Oh, isn't supposed to be hot? Oh. I'm done. Leave me alone. I feel like everybody just friggin' like butters up Lucho in this chat. We do not know exactly why, but I mean, you're a cool dude. Just that you specifically get this attention. Send me memes, okay. I might take a little a little break in a minute. Okay, should I show that first? 1 second. As I said, I think I'm gonna go longer than 8, but I need to do like a go find my water bottle and stuff break. Wait, hold on. Big stretch, everybody do a big stretch. Oh yeah. Alden's fault, probably. After all, I'm the mommy centipede and you're all just wee little babes. Just little larvae. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Go. I mean, Corey could also forward it to you on Instagram, but I will show it. Enjoy nighttime. Mostly Gomabaka is just a fun thing to use your bits for, your worms for. But basically, we were talking about the word for trash can in different languages. And apparently in Japanese, the word for trash can is gomibako. So the natural jump from there was to be like, well, what if it was gomibaka? So it's like trash idiot. So it is a not English pun. You could be a clown bug. Yeah, it make me hungry. Maybe I should add a cheer that's for like basically being like, Nani? You can be, yeah, go for it, of course. I mean, I feel like that's important for a bug to be an invertebrate, but I feel like a skin bug would be worse. And a worm is not a skin bug. I've also kind of thought that, like, with the centipede reference or whatever, I'm like, I feel like I should, like, update some of the, like, visual branding on here. But I'm also like I like the skeletons and stuff at the end. Got backbone. We're still looking at, wow. I'm sorry, Big Smith. How long does it take you to draw a table? So what is this over here? What are you doing over here? Get out of here. You're not hating. Okay, my mistake. I just assume you're hating on me. This one tart is kind of floating off of the tray, but it's fine. I love spooky, scary skeletons. And for what it's worth, I know most of you were here for this conversation. I did try to make Skelly Nation happen, and y'all just didn't want to go for it, so I understand, but I am hurt, so. Nah, I haven't drawn boobs on stream in a while. I am extra cautious now. I don't disagree. I'm just saying that Skelly Nation would have gone good with the visual branding I already had going on. No. Okay. Redo. I admittedly am kind of a person who doesn't love Googling pictures of bugs, and then they're really close-up pictures because they get a little spooked. I feel like at least in theory a centipede could be easy to draw. Well, that's a lot of legs. Where you guys live, do you have house centipedes? Because I do, and I don't like it. I respect them. I'm not gonna kill them, but I don't like seeing them. Fortunately, where I live now, there's very few bugs actually, like in my building / in my unit especially. It's true, I could. Like I said, I feel like I should make a really like super kawaii, cute guy. Thanks. Starry Valley. Charlotte, you're so punny. You're so good at puns. I don't know anyone better than you at making puns. Everyone tell Miss Charlotte how good she is at puns. Oh my god, what is happening? Everyone's so angry. We need to take a deep breath. Stop it. Don't spit on each other. I will kink shame. I know, it is challenging when someone's kink is being kink shamed, but for the greater population, it does the trick. Also, Big Smith, are you telling me not to appreciate Miss Charlotte's pun skills? Ew. That's gross. Not me. As I have said, as long as people are having fun, I won't necessarily stop them. He's me. What is that frog doing? I feel like Corey has just had somebody added to the stream that is matches their gremlin energy a little bit. And that's saying something. I do mean that in a complimentary way. I appreciate you going to bed, Big Smith. I feel like that's not a hugely offensive burn online. Cause like, how are you gonna confirm that? Also, didn't answer that question. It's me. I'm part of that group. I want to do like actual tarot card designs on here, but I also want to be like, that's butt face slug Pokemon. What's his name? Oh my god, I know his name. He's very cute, but he does have a butt for a face. Somebody, Pokemon, tell me. Hold on. I'm gonna search Bombface Pokemon. So did I do my Pokemon things today? Yes. What's his name? Tell me. Snom? Is that what it's called? Snom, yeah. Sorry, there's apparently some posts on Reddit just being like, why do these Pokemon all have butts for faces? And like Magmar is on the list as well. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay. Looks more like a fire duck. It does, but he has a butt head. I'm just saying. It's as like a factual thing. It's not like, I mean, I don't really like Magmar, but I'm not saying it because I don't like him. I'm just saying. Snom? Snom is so cute. I love one numerical and brackets. I love one butt face Pokemon. Don't be mean. To what? To Magmar? I feel like Magmar can handle himself. Call me Snom? I like Snom. I don't know what to tell you. No, I like Snom. What did I just say? I like one butt face Pokemon. Wow. I would never. That's my little guy. I feel like when it comes to like Pokemon that I like them if they're like aesthetic, like if they're like spooky or like witchy or like cool nature-y kind of thing. I'd vote for him. It's my vote. Who's the cutest ghost Pokemon? I really like, oh my god. Here we go, having approximate knowledge of things. I really like the little tree stump guy, and his little voice, like his little noise that he makes, I think is like the cutest little noise in Pokemon Go. Tree. Oh my god. I need to Google this too. He's like the little ghost tree guy. I don't really like his evolution though. I'm gonna feel really stupid when I look up this and I see what it's called. Phantom, yeah! I don't really like Trevenant though. He's not cute. But Phantom, so cute. I also like Pumpkaboo and Gorgist. Gorgist is a cool evolution. Yeah, I think Phantoms is the cutest one to me. He's the cutest little ghost Pokemon. I say that while also being like, you know, I also like Gengar and stuff, but you like rubbish. Goontum? Nope. I feel like these candles look a little not 3D, but it's okay. Right, I was gonna take a break at 8, so maybe we will do that. And people should go get more water and a snack and do a stretchy. Snivy? Which one? Sorry, yeah. I was going to go on break and then when I came back I was going to show it, so as I said, let us pause. Let us BRB. And I'll be like 5-ish minutes. Let's say it won't be a super long break. Snivy. Yeah. As I said, what type are they? Slash what like game are they from? I'm just not picturing a specific Pokemon. Metagross. Grass. Is it like the little lizard thing? I realize that doesn't narrow it down. Sorry, I think I might know which one it is. They just recently started appearing in Pokemon Go. Okay, break. I'm gonna go find my water bottle. Also, hold on. Come here, baby. You were so quiet. I didn't even hear you. Fern has a different shirt on today. Look at her shirt. This is another one of the shirts that we got from her friend because pink is not my go-to, but have you been comfy? Have you just been snuggling all day? You've been so quiet. I've been trying. I got a few that were like, oh, my sweet angel. You're so good. You're so fucking good. Yes, this is a little hoodie she was wearing. I know you're gonna be like, mother, no. It's always so big on her. There you go. There you go. Is that okay? I don't know. Fern generally prefers to be nude all the time, so a little weirdo. No. Goodness gracious. Okay. Now that you have seen Fern in her cute little sweater. Break time. Going on a break. Everybody, go on a break. Y'all are ridiculous. FYI. See? Connor and Corey just play off of each other. I'm just what do I mean? I don't know. What do I mean? We're pony children. We're serious. Seriously goofies. Biggest ride ever? Congratulations. Good job, everyone. So I don't know how I feel about, like, I kind of wanted to take this off earlier, but I was like, I don't know. I'm just finishing making, like, a latte. And then, what is it? This? My little, like, choker. Yeah. I'm making a latte, and we have also come to the part of the show where you get to watch me eat a protein bar. I don't know what you're talking about. 25? I think so. Thank you, Joker. I was just getting kind of annoyed with it. Although, I like washed my bangs this morning, but I feel like they still look a little gross. 26 is, it's your birthday soon! Oh my god. Not if you eat it first. Wait, what? Do you mean my protein bar? It's alright, I'll hold it up so you can pretend that you're having some too. Slippy is just making my lips dry. Okay, so let me go grab. Happy early 26. So that means you're a Pisces? You're a Pisces, little fella? I don't know if you're actually physically little, but you're little compared to me. I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I'll be gone for 2 seconds to make it to 69. Nice. I suppose I cannot stop you. Ridiculous. Alright, let me see about the meme that was sent to me. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Apparently it's raining. It's crazy. Do you guys feel like you really made a difference in today's riot? You know who's a real MVP? Wow, rude. And when I was just about to put your meme up. No, still. That's okay, as long as everyone had fun. Okay. I'm sorry, my mouth is dry. Due to my own skin. Okay. Sorry, I was just seeing if I could start Rosie as the MVP. Because the little thing that you sent doesn't pop out into a totally different window, so I'm just trying to not show too much. But hold on. Oh, that's what that was. Okay, hold on. You can go back to the top. There you go. You can download it, that's okay. Like I said, I'm just gonna try and like kind of zoom in on it. I miss Hackard. I hate it when that happens. Now you're gonna be difficult, aren't you? Okay, 1 second. Now that I know what the meme is, I might be able to just find it. Sorry, little kid saying LeBron James. Shush, what are you currently? You're not anything. Alright, are y'all ready for this?
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
Don't start another thing. Back off.
So you think you know Wix?
No, piss off. I don't know nothing about anything. Was that a freaking cat? LeBron James. I like the one of him where he's just like LeBron James. And it's cute. I love when little kids get like a hyper focus like that. It's me for real. The real Gen experience. Don't lose sleep to see this. Wow. I laughed, and that's the most important thing. Okay. I am not feeling these candles. Alright, I was gonna need a power bar, an energy bar. Also, here's a little helpful tip if you have like a little milk frother and you wanna oh my god, Big Smith says he's leaving like 50 times in the stream, so don't waste your good nights. You have a farting cat. If you have like a milk frother for making like at-home lattes, something that makes really nice foam, I like heated up some just like milk first, and then I did like more of like the cappuccino foam setting on my thing, but with like a like creamer, like the flavored creamer. It's modless. Is fire here? Did fire fuck off? But yes, just frothing a creamer for the top part of a latte makes it pretty good. That's me for real, Joker. Oh my god. I think if I was to mod anybody else and it wasn't Corey, I think Corey would just up and like legit unfollow block. If it makes you feel better, I'm not gonna mod Connor. I'm sorry, I know, I'm making complete sounds, I'm sorry. Time for a protein bar. ASMR. I'll give subs. Compelling points from both sides. I am a farting ghost. Who among us is truly not a farting ghost, though? Yeah, I'm not feeling these candles. I don't like them. I'm already them. It's alright, I will not be swayed by capitalism. Also, you might have mentioned this, Connor. What are you in school for? You do not have to answer if you don't feel like it, but just as a matter of curiosity. Is it for some sort of like cooking stuff? Or was that just for fun? Am I crazy? You said you were in school, right? Oh my god, it's almost fucking 9 o'clock. How does time work? Now, Corey, I'm somewhat conflicted. Because on one hand, I feel like you did do a good job. Just sort of like, I know. I'm just like, can you slow the effect down? English and classical. Okay. So I'm not totally crazy about that, at least. Sorry, I was going to say, I feel like on my last stream, you did do a good job of just sort of like covering for me when I was like a little bit out of battery. However, when Fire made you as a mod on his channel, you immediately blocked Nico. To be fair, it is kind of a campaign on Corey's part. If they could... Yes, Nico knows what he did. Allegedly. He's just a little zigzagoon guy. 2 buys. To be fair, I feel like if I had enough traffic that I was getting just like random weirdos popping in. where perhaps mod powers could be used to people who genuinely need to be ousted from a chat. But like for now, wow. Honorary mod. Also, memo to me. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was gonna look up. What candles? You sent a picture, okay. Oh, how do you send picture? I don't know if you can send it through the whisper function. Or if you would have to send it through like Instagram DM. My god, these candles are so cute. Look at these candles. Instagram? Okay. Look at these candles. Very social. I realized that to somebody without witchy inclinations, it might just look like they got like sticky and rolled under the couch, but I think they look cute. A portal to the Dust Bunny dimension. I don't have a problem with it. Portal. Sorry, I'm just looking for little knick-knacky inspirations. That is probably sufficient. That's okay. I think I know what you were saying. I assume you meant psych, like psychology and philosophy. Okay. That's okay. I feel like psychology is still one that I kind of have to like think about when I try to spell it. Same thing with like physical versus like psychic. I know how to spell them, I just have to think about it. Okay, 1 second, Connor. Are you prepared to bare your soul in front of the chat with your precious work? Alright, here's my little reference of stuff. Is Gaelic like the actual like language of Ireland? I'm sorry if that's a stupid question. Okay. As somebody who speaks English, it is weird because no. She could speak some German, but only because she took it in high school. Are you asking Connor? I feel like Gaelic is just tricky because, like, obviously it uses, like, the same alphabet as English does, but you really can't sound it out phonetically. Like, if you don't know how to pronounce, oh my god, I'm so sorry. If you don't know how to pronounce, like, letters and letter combinations, it's just like, Also, Fire, for what it's worth, the Celtic and May family historically is Scottish, not Irish. So, your mom speaks Gaelic. Okay, unless I'm being dumb again. I assume Gaelic would not be like a native language in Scotland. This could be hotter. English or English Greek? They don't speak or learn it. Do they have? They're Scottish Gaelic. Okay. Well, cause like, I don't want to say it's like it's easy, but it's like cause in Wales they speak Welsh, right? Is there a different name for their like cultural language? No. Gaelic is kind of in like preservation mode, isn't it? Where it's just like we're trying to make sure that like we still have people who can speak it, even if it is not being used as like a conversational language. Manx, but that's Isle of Man. Okay. I do come from Scottish on my one side, but quite far back, so. Yeah, well, like I've seen people talk about how out east in the Maritimes, the slang / accent is a lot more Irish than like Canadian English. Sorry, to say it is closer to an Irish accent than it is to Canadian English, as opposed to Canadian English to like, so I thought that was pretty neat because I'm like, yeah, because they're not getting mixed in with like the accents and like slang over here, I guess, so. Do I want to play an Irish song? I could. Okay, I'm gonna try and draw these guys, these little candle guys. I will say that I don't know how cool or embarrassing this is, but I did go. I mean, I didn't stop liking it, I just don't really listen to it. I did go through a sea shanty phase. I feel like that was very hot a couple years ago. How long? Like hundreds of years. Like, we are Canadian. I am reluctant to describe myself as being like from somewhere, if that makes sense. French, you can understand what they're saying. Quebecois is like, fuck you. It is very mealy-mouthed, or like kind of marble-mouthed, compared to like mainland French. God damn it, Fyra. Now you've got him going. I feel like that's gonna be like him as a grandpa. We're gonna be like, don't get Uncle Grandpa Beard going. Now he's swearing in French. Oh my god. Y'all are gonna get me censored for all this very bad language. Well, cause like I find that Fyra. Cause I find, obviously, like, definitely not majority understanding watching like a French show, but I find that listening to French is a lot easier to follow as somebody who speaks French not as their first language, and also who describing as speaks is it might be overly generous, but yes. I don't know, it sounds more like the French that I learned in school, so it is a little bit easier to parse out, but yeah. Sorry, Connor, you sent me a thing. I'm going to look at it. Give me 1 second / remind me if I don't go to it after this candle. Okay, can you just like send me a message and then if I reply to you it might let you? Just because I know that I have some level of like security kind of stuff on for like, I guess if I haven't talked to somebody on there. Hold on. Excuse me. I don't know. Oh, for the movie? It looks gross. I follow this account on Instagram called Terror Detective, and it's basically an account that posts like clips from like movies and like horror shows and stuff like that. So I found that it has been a good source of like inspiration for like being like, oh, I have not seen that movie. It looks gross. I'll watch it. Look at those candles. They are so beautiful. They are not totally ugly. Connor wanted to show us something that he baked, so prepare to be wowed. We're gonna have to go like Gordon Ramsay on his ass. Okay, you should be able to send it now, maybe? Oh god. Obviously, it makes sense that if you're in like a cooking thing, that like your homework and like tests would be like food related. But it's so weird, like just imagining being like, just being like, your test is to make this thing. Wild. Also, did anybody watch the anime that the English title for it is Food Wars? I have to imagine it's like that. Yes, fire. Kari, if you had seen this anime, yes, they are. It is a very goofy anime. I feel like I watched a decent amount of the show, but I didn't end up finishing it. It is admittedly kind of one of those shows where it's just like the scaling of it is kind of a lot. And I realize that sounds weird to say in like a cooking show or like a cooking school show, but yes. It's always fucking something. They're always doing something. I feel similarly about My Hero Academia. It's like it's always something. These kids can never just fucking relax. Also, admittedly, as much as I like watching shows, like animated shows with cooking involved, yeah, 1 second. It makes me sad because oftentimes I can't eat the food that they're making because it always has meat in it. Well, if the meal is really good, their clothes blow off and they're like, oh my god. And sometimes it is uncomfortable, but nice. It is your photo ID. I can. I feel like I am not somebody who, like, I like to eat, but I don't know how much I enjoy cooking. Like, it's something that I find, like, find meal planning and stuff like that is a lot of effort. Thank you. Like, I feel like if I make plans and, like, an effort to cook, because I'd be like, when I cook my meal kits, I think they're pretty good, but I mean, there's pretty explicit instructions to follow, so. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, you sent me 8 photos. Okay, 1 second. Okay, 1 second. As I said, I would not consider myself somebody who, like, I wouldn't describe cooking as a hobby, if that makes sense, or like baking. Oh god. Okay, let us look at these. I'm gonna burp. I'm so sorry. I guess I can throw this up on the thingy again. Hold on.
LeBron James.
Go away, LeBron James. Not right now. Fuck. I already can't do that because it's on Instagram and it hates me. Okay, never mind. Get out of here. I will defend my honor and say that I have some level of common sense here. Also, do not look yet. I'm just copying and pasting. And they're all vegan, you said? Also, wow, rude. My main thing that I would say is that I am not super, like, creative, I would say, when it comes to cooking. But I think that I'm decently capable. It just might not be the most exciting. And these all look pretty fucking sweet. Literally and figuratively. Also, I'm sorry, it won't just let me, like, scroll through them and copy. But I'm actually pasting the new one. Admittedly, I feel like, and, you know, this is obviously a me thing, but, like, with my ex and I, like, the foods that we both ate was, like, there was not a ton of overlap in the Venn diagram, so, with me cooking here, I guess it's like, I'm cooking for myself, so in theory I can make myself anything I want, but it's also like, but yeah, like with my ex, and admittedly with Justice too, because apparently that's my type, is men who have a very particular palate. That is sweet. Slash, I got that. Okay, let us look at these things. They stacked a little weird, but that's okay. So, can you tell us? I feel like now I'm like, can you tell us about what we're looking at here? What did you make here? Palette of you. It's this little guy. So I think I got foam on my piercing. It does look like a Christmas ornament. Oh, is it the thing in the next photo? Because I can also show that if it is. I think this is the inside of it. Okay, so it's kind of like a little, like a cakey mousse ball thing. There's probably a more formal. Yeah, it looks good. Chocolate. That's Corey's seal of approval. They want to eat it. And is it kind of like, is it like palm size? Is it kind of like... Oh gosh, I will look at a moment. Okay, chocolate on top with cherry and ganache. Ooh, cherry. Pine nuts and oats. Oh my god. That's fucking expensive, just the goddamn pine nuts. And the brandy dashes. Okay. This one looks like peach and almond pie? Oh, pear. Ooh, I do like pear. Is this a cake or like a tart slash tort? I mean, it looks good, so. Tort. We have a little like selection of them. You have like a raspberry little tart and a macaron, and the other one was pear, I think. Have like a cakey thing and a long cakey thing and another long cakey thing. Excuse me, I also like raspberry. Very sweet. Oh, okay. Interesting. I said I kind of wish that it would show like us so-and-so is a typing thing. So I want to give you time to explain, but if you're like, oh, move on to the next one. Oh my god. Looks the cut of your spread. Oh, got my knife. It's okay. It's loud drinking. Pig, pig. It's touching the armies. I guess I could also keep doing drawing stuff and cut back and forth, but it's alright. Friend is laying in the other room. I know. Big stretch. Ay, 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 ay. The coffee liqueur bun at the back, a banana fruitsy with a rum cream and ganache with alpine truffle. Jesus Christ. It's all very fancy. I assume. Did you like specifically pick these, or is it like they gave you things that everybody had to make? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Banana bread with walnut. Shit, this is my favorite. I love walnut. Best topping. Friend says he's moving fine. So do you also have to like buy your own ingredients and everything like that? I assume they don't provide it to you. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, but just because like some of the stuff sounds like it's like not cheap to get, but that's school for you. And then did we guess this with the raspberry and the macaron? I assume this is also a raspberry thing. Can I go to the next one? Is that expensive? Well, sounds like we have a few raspberry enjoyers. I'm gonna guess that these are peanut butter chocolate. Also, does it have pine nuts on top of it? Actually, is chocolate and peanut butter not fancy enough? Is it just like chocolate ganache? Also, I'm glad that I know one of the cafes I worked at had little tarts that kind of looked like this, and they were like chocolate with peanut butter filling, which is why that was my guess. Chocolate tarts with pineapple and Ferrero Rocher caramels. Interesting. Okay. It's a spiced mango. I kind of like to see what the inside of it looks like, but I assume that is not good for testing, so. Weird ass. These are like custardy little guys. Also, I like blackberries a lot. I think they're a good berry that'll get enough attention. Cream puff pastry, yes. And then Danish pain de chocolat. They're from your garden. Yeah. Well, that one's so hard. Oh. Yeah, because it's like you have to like layer the like. It's not pie pastry, but like. Okay. I have a vague understanding. That might be a strong word. Just that it's like, even though you might be like, oh, it's like a little bun, it's a little like Danish thingy. Just like getting the layers right is like kind of a science. So, and you did a vegan, so no butter. It's kind of crazy. So yes, just a reminder that all of those things would have been done without like butter or anything like that. So that's crazy. I mean, I realize that I'm not your professor, nor a professional, but as somebody who would eat a pastry, I feel like those all looked pretty good. Also very fucking complicated slash like And are you in like your second semester right now, or like how far into your program are you? So I kind of want to put on like music, but I'm still like, I don't want to like sacrifice like VOD audio. Yeah, no. Well, because it lacks like the fat and stuff like that, right? So, same thing with like egg replacements. There's certain applications where it can work, but like I know that like some recipes are like you can replace an egg thing with like applesauce or whatever. But obviously, if you need something for like the egg whites or something, that's not going to work. I know, I touched my glasses, I can't see. Oh, nice. Well, as I said, oh yes, you did, Miss Charlotte. I did know that, and you became allergic to the flour particles. You did. I feel like they just be stacking rocks. Go stack some rocks. Have a good night, Joker. Thank you for hanging out. And hopefully we'll see you on Sunday. Sunday? What the fuck? Wednesday? Jesus. See you on a day. Wednesday? Someday. Gesundheit. Thor watches. I feel like I'm almost done with this line art. I realize this has been taking longer, but at least I feel like I have been making, oh my god, excuse me, procedural progress today. This kind of looks like a rock, but also kind of not really. For the rewrite, Dylan, are you basically like starting over at like the proverbial page 1, or like is it more like a kind of like a heftier edit, but you would still be working with the stuff that like you already have? It's a story all about how. I was gonna say, yeah, if you want to share a little bit about the books that you do, Dylan, go for it. The floor is open to you. I suppose, yes, you may do some backup breakdancing to Dylan's explanation of his books. So, I guess follow-up question. So are you looking forward to starting the rewrites? Like, are you excited to do it? Or are you like, ooh, work? And I think also coming back to like if you had a story that was like multiple books or whatever, and then you get to the end of the multiple books, I think there's probably a good chance that you're gonna get there and be like, stuff has changed. I want to like change the context of this so that it makes more sense with the idea I had later. That's the spirit, question mark. But yes, that's kind of what I mean of like, and I mean that's also sort of the like what they mean when they say it's like, you know, you need to get a story out so that future you can edit it, because you can't revise or improve upon like a blank page. So now that you have a better idea of where you want the story to go and like where it went, it's a 10-year-old book, yeah. And that's like that's a big gap for just like skills, like skill building as a writer. I like that perspective on it, Connor. How late? I still wanted to kind of finish the line art. Are you going to be starting your stream soon? Do 9:30, right? Because in theory, I could finish what I am doing and like raid you. Because then I can also be like, I did a raid and I didn't have to think about it too hard. Yeah. Yeah, so chat, I think that's what I'll do. I'm gonna go till 9:30, and then I think we'll go over and raid Fyra, who's gonna start doing a draw stream as well. And I'm gonna try and... I need to make a meal kit, I need to make my food, but I will also be haunting our Fyra's stream. The best of both worlds. Also, can I raid from here? That's a good question. I know you're not online yet. You're gonna go online at 9:30, right? Honestly, for better or worse, speaking as somebody who used to do a lot of creative writing and does not anymore, I feel like I'm someone who really likes a concept book, like a concept like notebook or whatever, where you're like, oh, just putting down ideas in it, but then that almost satisfies the storytelling, because I'm like, yeah, I wrote it down, even if I didn't actually put it in something. Sometimes just like putting down a concept, I'm like, yes, that just satisfies. Thank you, I think. But no, as I said, I feel like more or less at a point that I could be like done the line art, so yes. Is the sound I make. I'll go away for now. I think what I'm gonna do for the yes, Corey, hello. What's you didn't even comment on me singing my song. What's the centipede look like? I mean, okay, actual answer. In Silent Hill Homecoming? Origins? Oh my god. Hold on, let me to Google, give me one moment. Also, that's the Irish song. Okay, hold on. Where is she? Okay. So the I think, was it Homecoming? I think so. I get, honestly, the, like, after number 4, I get them kind of mixed up because all the protagonists, and okay, to be fair, I know that James and Harry look very similar, but the graphics look different enough that I can, like, distinguish between them, but all of the, like, games after that, everybody looks so like, all the guys look the same, that I have a hard time being like, oh, who was it? It's this, I'm sorry, I'm piercing. This is a character called Asphyxia. Oh my god, this is the tiniest fucking picture. Where are you? Get in here. So, kind of like that, maybe. Except wearing clothes. I mean, you guys can't see all of me. So, how do you know that that is not the full picture? Sorry, do I need to give more of a warning for, like, gross monster things when I share it? Hold on. And then, like... I'm sorry you asked. Oh my god. To be fair, Homecoming has like a few cool monsters in it, despite it being very wonky story-wise. Cause it also has this like doll character that's cool. Not that one. I'm not joking. I'm being really honest with you guys right now. In fact, I would say I'm being very vulnerable. Showing you all my segments like that. Oh, I would say you get chased by many things in Silent Hill. Guess you were wrong? Yeah, you were dang wrong. Dang heckin' wrong right there. like your grandmother. Also, were you lurking, Gino? Did you see who I was referencing? Oh yeah. Okay, here's the doll monster. I just think she's neat. Oh my god, she's so tiny again. This picture's gonna be really small. That's why I have so many graphic t-shirts, just like stacked all the way down. Oh my god. I feel like they'd need to all be buttoned up. Then there's also this lady, which again is the teeniest, tiniest fucking picture. This is like one of the bosses that's like a doll. She's cool. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Segments are bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Alright, I'll stop showing you cool Silent Hill monsters. But yes, some justice for Homecoming. Also, what happened here? Did you get shifted down? Why are you like that? like I want to add like more little bits and bobs, but I feel like yes, twerking Snorlax. Alright, I wanted to see if I could raid from here. I feel like you can't. Teeth are good shape. I can review recent raids, but I don't think I can do one from here. That's so annoying. Alright, we are... Push the button. Wrong lever. Why do we even have that lever? Okay, I can read from here. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do our little spooky skeletons outro, and then once the credits roll, I'm gonna raid Fyra. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Also 2:30. Okay, raiding, raid channel. Okay. How do we do this? We're not gonna do it yet, but soon. Howdy. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, can I click on you without actually doing it yet? Okay, so not yet. We're gonna go to the credits. Yes, thank you for watching. I'm glad that I think the liner's finally done. Alright, away. Good night.